Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Accidentally Won Everyone's Heart? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku had always been observant thanks to his father, so it was normal for him to know things that most people didn't realize about life. The youngest and the last member of the Midoriya family had known from a young age that their world was not fair. He had known that there was no such thing as fair in their world, at least not in the way that it was portrayed. Fair meant everyone had equal rights, that everyone was treated equally and without discrimination and favoritism, which was an utopic idea. In their world, those with strong quirks were held high, were given everything, status, money and more. While those with weak quirks, or those like Izuku, who were quirkless, only got kicks and hateful looks instead. Their world was ruled by the strong, and the weak were left to fend for themselves. Just like Izuku had been doing for the last 8 years of his life. Life had been cruel to him ever since his father had died, and even worse after he had lost his mother, so he had known too well that life wasn't fair. The mindset of normal could change almost everything. Dreams could be crushed. I'm sorry, but you won't be getting a quirk. Being a hero is impossible for you. Friends could become enemies. You can read Izuku also as Deku. What does it mean? Good for nothing, useless puppet that can't do anything by itself. You think that you can stand up to me, you are nothing but a quirkless freak. Weak. Pathetic. Piece of thrash. Useless. And he knew that loved ones could leave, with or without wanting to. Once upon a time, there was a boy born with the weight of the world upon his shoulders, and the kindness for every single living in his heart. Can I still be a hero, mommy? Izuku baby, you can be whatever you want as long as you believe and work hard for it. Izuku. Katsuki. Go with Izuku. No. Both of you. We gotta go. No. My mommy was there. We can't leave them behind. Old hag. They are as good as dead. Mommy. Izuku. Izuku took in a deep breath as he saw the train slow down and stop at his destination. He put on his earphones, listening to the newest report as he started to run towards where the latest villain attack was taking place. The Greenette had already known about where the villain attack was almost 10 minutes ago thanks to the giant blonde, who had sent the location to him, but he still kept on listening to the reports, knowing that the blonde had yet to come there. Thanks to his small body, he was able to squish between people and got towards the front of the crowd in no time, his eyes searching for Utakayama. But just like how it had said in the reports, she was nowhere to be seen. It was to be expected, he guessed, for her to be late to her debut fight, just to come in at the last minute to gain everyone's attention onto herself. Izuku pitied the other two who were working so hard to keep the villain in check, knowing what would happen in a couple of minutes as he took out his notebook to at least be able to do something useful while he waited for the older woman to arrive. He ignored the fans which were screaming next to him and focused on Backdraft. The way that the hero easily controlled the water and stopped anyone from being injured was amazing, and the way that he must have worked to achieve that kind of control was even more amazing. But where did the water come from? It was obvious that they came out of the hose spigots that he had in place of his hands, but how did the man create that much water? Was it from him? Did he turn the molecules in the air into water? Did he manifest it from nothing? Was it real water? Or something that was similar to water? Was it drinkable? If it was, it would have been really useful for certain missions. Or was the liquid? He got out of his theory session thanks to Kamui Woods, whose voice boomed in front of the villain. Illegal use of powers during rush hour and robbery resulting in bodily injury. You are the incarnation of evil. Izuku fought back the urge to face palm at that and let out a small sigh. The hero was surely going to regret this after the fight. He watched as the man grew his branches towards the villain and clutched his notebook and pen, being excited to take note of just how much weight the hero's branches could carry and how much more they could grow. His attention, along with the attention of the civilians, was short-lived however, as a blur of purple and tan entered their vision, kicking the villain in the face and making them easily pass out and fall to the ground. The giant woman had a purple and beige-colored bodysuit on, which was accented with orange stripes. It looked good on her, and managed to transform the normally too lazy to get out of bed woman into a stunning hero. The jacket on her back, that said, "Feral Demon," however, made him let out a small chuckle. The same jacket that his auntie had died in, the same jacket which had made villains cover away in fear for years, again and again. It was not a name suited for heroes, but after all, Mitsuki Bakugo had chosen the name to make the villains cover away in fear, and it had worked in the end. He wondered what Katsuki would have thought about it. Anger? Happiness? Nostalgia? He wasn't really sure, and he guessed that it didn't matter that much. Someone bumped into him, making him stagger a bit before looking to the side. He was met with the sight of photographers rushing to take photos of the female hero as soon as she turned around, which made him scoff. "Perverts," he spat out, before bending down to pick up his fallen notebook. His phone rang, informing him that there were 30 minutes till class. He turned a bit, and smirked before putting his hand through the water, directing it at the perverts that had been trying to take his Naisans photos and drenching them in the process. He smirked and turned around as he heard one of them curse loudly that his goods were now ruined. Izuku put his notebook in his pocket with a satisfied expression, beaming from the inside to get home as soon as possible so that he could write down everything that he had seen during the fight. He fastened his pace even more and started heading towards the train station, not wanting to be late to class. Izuku slowly put down his backpack, sighing as soon as he saw his table. The cruel words were nothing new, and neither were the spider lilies at the corner of his table. But it still made his insides churn with nausea. A part of him wanted to laugh because of how dumb all of them were. They'd been bullying him for almost 1 year now, and they still weren't able to find something else to do. It was somewhat an exact copy of his last 2 schools. Another part of him, a part that he couldn't get rid of no matter how many times he tried, wanted to go ahead and give the world what it wanted, to do what the spider lilies implied, and to just throw everything that he had been working for down the drain. He took out a wet napkin out of his backpack and started to clean his table before taking the spider lilies, to put them outside whenever he had the time to do so. He wanted to scream, to yell, to cry, but he didn't. His hands shook at the bottom side of the table. "It's no wonder that your parents chose death over a freak like you." He took in a deep breath before wiping over the text, making it become smudged just like the other hateful ones. It was somewhat easier to erase them when they were smudged like that. The door slammed open, making him look up at the woman that was supposed to be his teacher. "All right, class, sit down," she said cheerfully, and they did so. It was somewhat strange how someone acted so cheerful towards them could bear so much hate towards him. "Today, we won't be beginning a new theme in our books, because we will be talking about your study choices." Izuku groaned as all of them screamed with joy, another reason for all of them to bully him. "I am sure that almost all of you, well, who am I kidding, all of you want to be a hero." Another cheer from his classmates. "So, you guys will be talking with the counselor for the whole day, one by one." She turned around to the board and started writing the list of students on the list. "Till then you will be filling out your career guidance forms, and after you are finished, you can leave to go home." Izuku seriously wished that he was one of the first ones that was going to be talking with the counselor. But of course, as each word was written on the board one by one, he knew that he couldn't ever be that lucky. "So, Izuku Midoriya," the old man began. It was obvious that the man didn't want to have to do anything with him. He guessed that the feeling was mutual. "Yes, sir," he said, trying to load a little bit of positive emotion into his words. His mother had not raised him to make others uncomfortable, and neither had she raised an unrespectful kid. "So, I hope that you have an idea of where you want to go, and what you want to be because of your," he made a gesture with his hand, "disabilities?" Izuku did not care if the man was trying to be polite or something, and he did not care that he had just met the man. He hated him already. "Yes, sir." "May I see your paper?" Izuku gave it to the man, smirking to himself when the man started coughing. "Hero course you?" "Yes, sir." The man sighed before taking off his glasses to look at him. The look in his made something crawl inside of Izuku. He hated it. "Kid, you gotta be more realistic, you know? UA does not take in quirkless kids, and to want to become a hero on top of that. It is madness." You won't even survive the school's entrance exam. With all due respect, Sir Dash, Izuku looked at the man and wondered if he was actually thinking or if he was just saying normal logic of the people of their century. Izuku guessed that he was glad that he had a different way of thinking. The rule that said quirkless kids cannot enter was lifted last year, and being a hero does not mean that you need to have a strong quirk, it means that you are smart and dash. He wanted to keep going but was cut off by the man. Which is another problem, your files are not that innocent, always getting into fights, changing foster houses again and again because of how much of a brat you are. There is also the money problem, your parents are dead. Izuku flinched at that. Who will be paying the bills for your books, your school uniform, your meals? Izuku took a deep breath. I plan on going only if I get a scholarship dash. You do realize that they only give scholarship to those who exceed in every aspect of the tests? Both the written and the practical part, do dash. Sir, they give scholarships to the best students that exceed in both exams in total. He said calmly and watched as the man scoffed at him. And? What? You seriously think that a quirkless orphan kid with problems can pass them and become number one? The look in the man's eye told him how much he didn't believe what he had said, but Izuku had never cared about what the man thought anyway. The man sighed and tossed Izuku's documents towards him. With grades like these, I had thought that you might have been a bit clever, but I guess that I was wrong. All quirkless are the same. You are dismissed. Thank you, sir. Izuku exclaimed and got out of the small meeting room, trying his best to not slam the door. He had never needed for the man to say that he could go to UA anyway. He had expected for the man to laugh at him like his teachers had done. This was way better than how he had played the events in his head. At last, you guys finished up, freak? Izuku groaned from the inside and hoped that his ears had deceived him, but when he spared a glance to his side, he found Nagaoka staring back at him, his three-man crew standing right after him. The boy nodded towards Izuku, and Izuku felt one of them grab him with his thorned hands, while one of them took his paper. Huh? Are you f***ing kidding me? UA Hero Course, the boy next to Nagaoka said. Do you want to die that soon? Dude, he must want to commit suicide in a way that everyone will remember his sorry butt. All three of them silenced as Nagaoka raised his hand. I actually have a future planned out in front of me, Izuku. You know what that means? Izuku hated him with everything he had, but he was going to be a hero and he seriously did not need to get any other black spots on his file. That means that I need to act according to it. If you actually committed suicide like that, it might cause people to want to know what happened. Even thought I doubt that there will be any police officer that would actually care. If someone actually comes here, watches the CCTV records, it will ruin the life of many others. Izuku felt the thorns dig deeper into his wrists. We can't have a little bug tainting our image now, can we? Izuku scoffed from the inside. It would only be fair, after the last 3 years. All of them looked up at the sound of heels hitting the floor. What are you boys doing? Is Midoriya being a nuisance again? The way that the boys put on. Smile creeped Izuku out. Were the teachers seriously that dumb? Oh no, miss. We were just having a friendly talk about where we want to go next year, but I guess that we can continue it on the way home. Well then, Izuku, don't cause any more troubles. See you later, boys. The woman was gone as fast as she had come. And that confirmed it. She was both dumb and ignorant. The thorned hands took a hold of his wrist once again and started dragging him out and away from the school. N-T-A-M, S-A-E, H-Y-P-M, N-K-M, S-T-G-T, C-S-R-G, Y-T-M-L, N-T-P, S-K-V-K, S-T-P, Y, Ma, Ta, T-I, O-U, M-O-D-K, Ek, K-K, R-S, M-S, K-J, H-S, F-T, S-T, Teach, K-B, M-M, My, H-S, N-M, S-T, T-T, Y, S-K, Y-K, K-T, J-H, 1-B, M-T, N-H, Ta, M-H, R-U-M, K-H, R-T-P-B, T-S-R, Y-C-T, S-S-M, Key, E-F-M-J, K-S-O, M-S-S-N, K-B-G, E-K, T-T-F-G, This, T-S-D-S, If-O, H-T-T, T-T-D, K-C. The crossed-out ones, XX, are those that hate Izuku or have yet to meet him, or in some situations those who don't care about him. The normal ones, XX, are those that just think that are just neutral about his existence. The italic ones, XX, are those that wonder about him, those who think about him way too much for their liking. The dark ones, XX, are his friends or those who see him as a normal thing in their lives, so they have accepted his presence. The dark italic ones, XX, are those who are in the Izuku protection squad or those who are literally obsessed with him. The dark, italic, bolded ones, XX, are those that are Yandere about him and those that will most likely give off a little bit of a stalker-like vibe throughout the story. He groaned, Nagaoka slammed his fists in his stomach once again and he fell down. The first time that he had tried to defend himself, he had moved out of the way of Nagaoka's fist and the bully had broken his hand. Everyone had blamed him, as if he was supposed to take every blow like an idiot. And now, with his record threatening the possibility of him getting into UA, he didn't dare fight back. He slid down and looked up at the boy with a glare. You know, Izuku, if I broke one bone the wrong way, just one bone, you might not even be able to walk. Ever. Izuku's eyes widened. And you wouldn't be able to go to UA. Hell, you might never walk again if I do it right. Who am I kidding? You might never even get to work. Izuku growled at the boy but gasped when Isari's thorned hands took a hold of his leg, the thorns breaking skin. He struggled a bit, which got him another punch from Nagaoka. Behave, is it that hard to understand? Even a dog would be smarter than you. The boy took a hold of his hair and slammed his head back to the wall after him. Behave. Not being able to do anything else, Izuku watched as one of the boys that had left in the middle of the fight returned with a pipe before giving it to Nagaoka. Izuku took in a shuddering breath. He couldn't fight because of how dizzy he was feeling, he couldn't fight because his leg was trapped by thorns, he couldn't fight because it would risk his record. He couldn't escape the pipe hitting his leg, but if he moved it a bit up and caused Isari to raise his leg a bit, he would not lose his walking ability forever. He took in a deep breath and got himself ready as the boy raised it with a crazy look. But all seemed to stop when a click was heard. All of them looked up to be met with red eyes that promised bloodshed. What the FCK do to erase that? I don't think so. Nagaoka dropped the pipe and Izuku sighed with relief. What the FCK? He is Quirkless, so dash. Isari was cut off by the blood-eyed boy. Does that mean that he does not deserve to live? We were just messing around, not killing him. Yeah, well then you can say that to the authorities. If I send it to a certain person, I'm sure that they can spread it all around the world, then you won't be taken in by any workplaces even if you go to a foraging island as anything. Okay. What the hell do you want? If Izuku ever tells me that you guys kept on bullying him, you can expect to see this on your school's website. The way that the other four ran away had Izuku chuckling. What the hell are you smirking at, nerd? Katsuki, you should have just seen the way that one of them almost peed himself, and since when do you have contacts like that? Takima, she has literally dated every kind of dude, there are some that are desperate for even a hello from her. Izuku laughed at that before groaning. The other boy snorted and came to sit next to him. You look like a SHT. Well, I can't fight them, Sue. He heard the blonde sigh and looked at him. Nerd, it might be better if you became something else. No, and you know why. You don't even know how to fight. Me, not fighting does not mean that I don't know how to fight. FCKU. A silence took over them and Izuku sighed. Did you see Takayama Nei-san's hero outfit today? Katsuki sighed. It is not the same one. I'm wearing the original one when I get into UA. Katsuki got up and reached his hand out for Izuku and he took it gratefully. I will make it there, I will. Katsuki chuckled at that. Well, it wouldn't mean anything if you didn't, you stubborn BST road. Izuku laughed at that and watched as the boy started going to his home. Glad to see you again, Katsuki. He screamed after him and laughed when the other boy flipped the bird at him, never turning around. He sighed and stretched, glad that nothing was broken before sighing. He was already used to pain much worse than this. Not wanting to stay there any longer, he headed towards his new foster house that he had been given last month, knowing that Mr. Yashitoru would still be out even by 11 p.m. He took out his notebook from his backpack and decided to go over them, while getting lost in his mind. Mr. Yashitoru was the best foster guardian that he had had in a very long time. The man had never hit him when he was sober. Perhaps that was because of the fact that they didn't see each other that much, Izuku and the sober Mr. Yashitoru. Only in the mornings when Izuku would be busy with making breakfast for him and sometimes after school when he made dinner for the both of them. He had been slapped a couple of times when he had just come to the man's house, but Izuku knew that he had deserved them all the time. The man had only 6 rules. Don't make a mess, don't waste food, don't come out of your room between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m., don't talk back, make breakfast and dinner every day, never ask for. Following the first 4 was easy, but sometimes his classmates became too much and Izuku ended up waking with a slap, and at first he had failed to understand what the man had meant by never asking for more and what it had inclined, because apparently going out on 3 a.m. to get water, after a nightmare, was also asking for more. He turned the corner and got into the tunnel, scrunching his face at the trash smell that seemed to fill his nose. He raised his head and scoffed at the beer bottles that were on the floor. He knelt by the bottles and took one of them in his hand. Why would someone even want to get drunk? If they only ended up making a fool out of others, if they only ended up waking up with a heavy headache? How wonderful! Izuku looked back and at the slime-like man, a medium-sized invisibility cloak. The man-villain rushed forward and Izuku se in a breath. Hero Analysis, Volume 3 page 68, To Fight Liquid Villains. Izuku reached behind him and picked up 2 glass bottles before raising one of it to his mouth, the opening towards the villain. A cloak, the villain had said. The villain rushed towards him and Izuku clenched his eyes shut as it went in the bottle and he closed the other end with the other bottle. Just where the hell do they keep coming from? He groaned out and looked over at the bottles trying to find a tape or cap or something to secure it. He sighed in relief as he found one of the caps and groaned as he realized that both of his hands were full. Maybe if he placed them on the floor and held onto the bottle that was on the top, he could stop the villain from escaping. Bingo! He whispered as he took a hold of one of the caps and dropped it next to his knees before shaking the villain up and down. Having a liquid body did not mean that it was immune to nausea. In a fast motion he separated the bottles and closed his hand over them. He slid his elbow on the one that was in his left hand and closed the cap of the right one before closing the left one. He sighed and sat back. A lid of the sewer flew up and Izuku squealed, taking a hold of the 2 bottles. It's all right now, I am Dash. The man stopped, staring at him with big eyes, and Izuku did the same, both for very different reasons. He couldn't help it as his mouth fell open, so did the heroes. It would have seemed funny if Izuku hadn't been in that situation, the number 1 hero staring at him with his mouth open in something akin to amazement. Izuku was the first person to break out of the daze and he ducked his head, suddenly feeling nervous and awkward. He took in a shaky breath and clenched the bottle harder. He jumped as the symbol of peace cleared his throat. I think that you've got something there for me, young lad. Izuku froze for a second before his mind caught up to what the man had said. He clutched it closer to his face and let out a shaky breath. I have no idea why I am still holding on to it right now. I should give it over now, okay? Yeah, sorry. He started to pass the 2 bottles towards the man but stopped. If it is not that much trouble, can I ask something? He had no idea where this was going. It felt as if he was threatening the hero, and he might have been as well. I am running out of time, so if it is not that important, lad Dash. Izuku cut off the man, betting in himself a bit. It is important. I really need to ask it, please. Okay, then ask away, my boy. The smile that was sent his way was probably supposed to be reassuring, but Izuku knew better. He had spent too many years analyzing others, both their behavior and quirks, to know that the man was in a tight place. He took in a deep breath and forced himself to spit out the question that he was dying to spit out. Can an orphan, quirkless boy become a hero? He shot and felt his breath leave him. Of course not, you idiot, a voice whispered inside of him. It was truly impossible. It doesn't have to be a shining hero. It doesn't have to be someone in the top 10 or top 100. It's just, can I become a hero that saves those who were forgotten? Izuku raised his head at the sizzling sound and gasped when he saw the man behind it seconds later. He guessed that it was a good thing that he had chosen to capture the villain in a blacked-out and painted glass, because he was sure that no one was supposed to see him like that. Mr. All Might? He asked slowly and flinched when the man coughed out blood. He got closer to the man, frowning, and looked up at the man's face. How? The way that the man sighed had him wondering about how fast the man had given up. This, he realized, was the man behind the mask, and that somehow made him trust and admire the man much, much more than he already did. The man sighed and slowly lifted his t-shirt. Izuku slowly backed away a couple of steps, placed the 2 beer bottles on the ground and stalked back towards the man. This is 5 years old. The strongest villain that you had fought in public was Toxic Chainsaw, but he didn't seem like a guy that can leave a scar like this. Wow, I guess you really know your stuff, don't you, lad? You are right, this was from a much stronger villain. He gave me this injury and I hardly survived after a lot of surgeries, at a high price. Right now I can only do hero work for max 3 hours. The man sighed and Izuku looked down on the floor. It was too cruel for one's dream to be stopped like this. He raised his head and saw the man sending him a sideway glance. I think that dash. The man stopped abruptly and Izuku scrunched his brows and tilted his head to the side as the man let go of his t-shirt, once again hiding the scars from wandering eyes. I chose to be a police officer than a hero. It will be hard. You will be hated by the citizens for a very long time, maybe even till you are retired. Some of your peers will be mean, you might even be bullied at some point dash. The man was cut off by Izuku, who was looking down at him with big, shining eyes, full of hope for the first time in a very long time. I am already used to that. That is the one thing that wouldn't change wherever I go. All Might flinched and sighed. It was something that many forgot, the fact that there were those who were born without quirks, a thing that many others took for granted. But does that mean that I can be a hero? Izuku asked, and the man sighed. Can you pass me the bottles, young lad? Izuku sighed and did as he was told. He knew that he should have passed the bottles to the man when he had first asked for it. It wouldn't have been different. The man's answer was going to be a no, just like everyone else, except his parents. Nothing had been impossible back when they had been alive. He wasn't sure what he had been expecting anyway. The man sighed and Izuku looked up to see the man, still there looking down at him. What is your name, young man? Izuku's face flushed red and he stammered. Izumi Midoriya, sir, he said and passed the bottles. Well, it will be hard for you to reach there, but... The man smiled a warm, awkward smile before turning back to the look that everyone identified as All Might. I hope to see you at Yuta next year, young lad. Izuku Midoriya won't be a name that I will be forgetting anytime soon. And then the symbol of peace was gone, leaving Izuku with the most dangerous weapon against the whole world. Hope chapter text. The green-haired boy hurriedly closed the door to their small hideout and smiled to himself. The familiar feeling of the adrenaline rush every single time that he sneaked out of Mr. Yashitoru's never seemed to change, as it always left his heart beating loudly inside his chest. The small hideout had somehow become more like a home, a sanctuary than any home that he had went to after the death of his parents, even though it only had a small worn-out bed, along with a couple of small old beanbags. Izuku leaned his forehead against the door and sighed, a small smile taking place on his as his heart continued to drum against his ribcage. He took out his old watch and looked at the cracked glass, trying to read what time it was. The fact that the clock had survived till now was a miracle itself. The watch somewhat reminded him of himself, both cracked, at the point of being broken while still barely holding on as it kept on ticking. He sighed as the numbers blinked back at him, informing him that it was a little bit after 1 a.m. He still had 3 hours to go back to Mr. Yashitoru's, prepare breakfast, do the dishes, clean up the house a bit, get his stuff, and get ready for the hellhole that he called his school. He looked down at his hand and softly turned the key around, locking the door of the small hideout. He let out a small smile when the only sound that came out of the door ended up being a small click, informing that he had successfully locked the door. He let out a sigh and turned around. Izuku let out a small eep and jumped as he was met with the sight of the blonde girl, who just smiled, her eyes forming small crescents. He looked at her, before his eyes trailed down to her hand where she was holding the butterfly that he had gifted her. She sighed and flipped her butterfly knife close before walking towards one of the beanbags, her braided long blonde hair bouncing along with her as she did so. Izuku-kun, you would be dead if it wasn't me, you know that, right? His eyes trailed her skirt, which had somehow gotten ripped, and took off his jacket, slowly passing it to her, which she gratefully accepted, flashing him a thankful smile. The smile was gone in a second, a smirk taking its place on the girl's face. "Oh ho ho," the girl began to say and brought her hands together after her back and bent a little bit, looking at Izuku in his eyes that were covered by his hair. "Someone seems to be in a good mood." Her smirk only seemed to grow bigger. "Tell me all the deets." Izuku sighed and stalked towards the couch, letting himself fall at the same time as the girl that was 1 year older than him. He sank into the ripped, old couch and sighed. "So, I was attacked by the slime monster today dash," Izuku began to say, only to get cut off by the blonde. "What the FCK? Do you have some kind of K or something?" she said, scrunching her face, and Izuku groaned as the blonde laughed at his misery. "Okay, sorry, keep going." "Okay, so I got attacked and you know All Might?" he began to say, and saw the girl open her mouth, Izuku to place his hand on it. "Of course you do, that was stupid, way too dash." He stopped and scrunched his face. "Did you just lick my hand?" "I couldn't braid he. Cammy." "Fair, so I captured the villain. Did you get any blood samples of it?" "It smelled like the sewer, you wouldn't be able to use it anyway." The said girl grumbled at him and he chuckled. "Can I continue now?" he sighed out and the girl nodded. "So, I captured him, then All Might showed off." He scowled when he saw the girl brighten up at the mention of the #1 hero. "No, I didn't get his blood sample, that would have been way too creepy and dangerous," he continued, ignoring the way that the girl brought her arms together and scowled. "But I talked with him." The way that the boy's voice shook was enough for the girl to straighten up. She had seen him get excited over seeing him on the TV for the last 7 years. She knew how important it was to him, how much this meant to him. "And I told him that I was Quirkless, then asked him if I could be a hero." He trailed off and heard the blonde gasp. Himiko reached out and pulled the boy to her chest, as she knew that the boy was happy, that the man hadn't told Izuku no, but she still knew what he needed. A smile crept up her face as she listened to him go on. "He said yes, Himi-chan, he said yes." He choked out, his tears blocking his breathing, and Himiko gasped before letting out a chuckle as the boy clenched harder to her t-shirt. "Only you, Izuku-an. Only you," she sighed and felt the other boy chuckle along with her. She let go of him and got up, walking toward the corner of their secret hangout. She dropped herself on the pile of cushions and sighed. "Gosh, it would have been awesome if you took his blood sample, you know?" Izuku got up and laid next to her, sighing along with her. "It really would have. Gosh, we could see you even use your new technique." She groaned. "I know, Cammy, you are such an idiot sometimes." Izuku growled at that and waved his hand around as if he was bursting her non-existent thought bubble. What was I supposed to ask him? "Hey Mr. All Might? Can I please take a sample of your blood? My friend has a blood kinky and dash." "OMG, why didn't you say that? Are you frickin' insane?" It was frickin' All Might, in fricking front of me, fricking talking with me and, "Oh Kami-sama." Izuku groaned and rolled over to hide his face that had become red like a tomato. "Ah, what's wrong baby strawberry? Did you just realize that you talked to your, frickin', idol today?" "I zank that I dreaded him," he said into one of the cushions and Himiko giggled. "I can't understand a thing you are saying, dummy." She took a hold of his green hair and raised it up, making Izuku grit his teeth. He sighed and turned towards the other way. "I think that I threatened him today." The older teen pulled the boy's head higher and gasped out a laugh. "Ow ow." "Himiko, let go, it freaking hurts," he rushed out, and the blonde let go of his hair. "OWBWW," he said dramatically, the pillows once again muffling his voice. "Oh my baby is all grown up, I have raised you so well. It feels like it was yesterday when you turned red whenever I swore, and now, you are going around, threatening the #1 hero." Izuku groaned playfully once again and Himiko laughed. She was right, after all, he had been 7 when the two had met each other. She had been the first person that Izuku heard swearing, and not like Bakugo swearing. Himiko's was on a whole other level, even though she had only been 8. Her age had not mattered. She had been capable of swearing like a sailor. She still was. He turned a bit and watched from the corner of his eyes as she propped her elbows under her and sighed, causing him to fully turn towards her. "I am gonna be sent back to another foster house." Izuku sat up at that, frowning. Some girls at school dumped blood on me. I think that it was cow blood, and I just went crazy. They say that I bit one of them, and that I threatened to drain one of them. Isaacin, I can't dash." He helped her up and hugged her, cursing all of Himiko's classmates from his mind. His classmates were cruel, but it was mostly words, fists, or beating him up. Himiko's were on a whole other level. The boys were cruel, pushing her around, and girls were like the devil. They didn't say anything or do anything in plain sight. But in the dark, one of the girls had a quirk that turned her nails into razors and a couple of others were into blades. It was too bloody for both of their liking. He hugged her tighter and waited as the girl stood still. He cursed the world for taking Himiko's father from her, who had been an archaeologist, and for leaving her with her crazy mother, who she had gotten her quirk from. Izuku-an? I think that it is getting worse. He pressed her harder to himself, wishing that he could stop the time, that he could make all of her tormentors disappear. I sometimes black out, even when they don't do a thing to me. Whenever blood touches my mouth, I feel everything clear up. Izuku hugged her closer. Her body shook as she sighed. I won't turn into her, would I? She said, her voice breaking. Izuku let out a shaky sigh and let out a chuckle. That woman was insane. Himichan, dash. She was my mother. He backed away from her and looked and took a hold of her chin, looking into her deep red eyes that reminded him of life itself. You are my Himichan now, Himichan that is so smart, so kind, so cute and so caring. He took in a deep breath. You won't ever turn evil, okay? He asked, knowing the right words to her doors, just like she did. He watched as her mouth quivered and let out a wavering watery smile. I am, aren't I? He nodded and she chuckled. And you are my Izuku-an? He nodded once again, biting his lips, and the girl chuckled, laying back on top of the old cushions. Oh, my naive little baby Izuku-an. No. The girl let out a loud laugh, making him smile along with her. It was hours later that they both left for the hell hole that they called life, where almost no one cared about them, where they were labeled as freaks, an accident of nature. When Izuku got home, he still prepared his foster dad's breakfast, he still went to school and still wondered why he was still alive. He still got punished when the man learned that he had lost his jacket and ended up with a split lip. He still went to school, again and again, without anyone asking where he had gotten his split lip. But it was alright because in the end, they were there for each other and that was all that mattered. Izuku would fall, and Himiko would pick him up. Himiko would fall and Izuku would pick her up. Izuku knew that, and he hoped that Himiko did so too. They would get stronger together because as long as they were together, it would all end well. N-T-A-M, S-H, H-Y-P-M, N-K-M, S-T-G-T, Y-D-M-L. Ya, Ma, Ta, T-I, O-U, M-O-D-K, Ek, K-K, R-S, M-S, K-J, H-S, F-T, S-T, Teach, K-B, M-M, My, H-S, N-M, M-D, N-H, Ta, M-H, E-F-M-J, K-H, K-S-G-O, T-T-F-G, S-S-M, Key, R-T-P-B, T-S-R, Y-C-T, T-I-I, M-S-S-N, K-B-G, This, T-S-D-S, F-O, H-T-T, T-T-D, K-C-O. Okay, so, left leg in the front, right leg a little bit bent, right arm guarding the, he groaned, stopping his murmuring before picking up his 20th coded hero analysis notebook for the millionth time in the last 3 days. He skimmed through it, trying to find the problem, murmuring out loud as there was no one else that could hear him in the trashed beach. So, okay, what went wrong? Was my feet too low? Or was it bent too much? No, that's not it. Was it the arms? No, the arms were in perfect position, so his eyes grew big as he realized his problem. That's it. Gunhead is way taller and muscular than me, so it would only make sense that his stance is wider too. I'm so dumb. He slammed his head with his notebook before getting into position once again. Izuku got into his position and sighed before going for it. He kicked the dummy successfully and grinned, letting his body fall to the ground that was filled with sand. He stared up into the orange sky that came with the setting sun and sighed with fondness. It was times like these that made him happy that he was still here, to feel the ache that came from achieving something, the satisfaction that came with the soft breeze and the fuzzy light feeling in his chest that made him smile at the setting sun. The peaceful moment came to an end, however, as a tire rolled down from the top of the trash pile, causing Izuku to jump up to avoid being run over by it. He looked around himself and felt all his positive feelings leave as a feeling of yearning took over it. He wanted to feel the sun on his face as he lied down with his dad and mom once again. He wanted to watch his dad try to eat ice cream without it melting every time. He wanted for his mother to smudge her nose while eating hers, without realizing till it was too. He wanted to lie down next to them and guess what the clouds looked like with them. He sighed and shook his head, placing his hands on the sand and feeling the small chunks of metal pass through them. The messy green-haired boy looked up at the sky once again before closing his eyes. He promised himself that if he got into Yude he would start transforming this place, that he would restore it to what it was because, after all, he owed it to his dad to take care of their special place. "Mr. Yashitoru?" he asked, trying so hard to hide his quivering voice. "Yes, Midoriya, did you need me for something?" He took a deep breath and raised his head. Aye, he in a breath as he heard the man growl, "I don't have time for this, don't waste my time." The man turned around, starting to go back into his office, which made Izuku clench his eyes shut. "I want to study at Yudesh," he blurted out, and Izuku felt himself panic as he saw the man come to a stop. "With scholarship? I wouldn't be planning it another way. I am planning on getting a scholarship," he quickly added and awaited for his guardian's reaction. Izuku flinched when the man started to laugh at the top of his lungs. "Oh joy, I didn't think that you were this dumb, Midoriya. And how do you plan on getting first place in a country full of kids who have powerful quirks? Do you plan to bore them with your fan side till they pass out? Mr. Yashitoru, please, just let me. I promise that I have been training and dash." He was cut off, however, by the man waving his hand around. "Sure, go ahead, you are free to try. If you get first place I'll even let you go." Izuku felt his eyes tear up and smiled. "Really?" He sighed out and saw the man's lips stretch into a smile, if it could even be called a smile from how cruel it was. "Yeah, and if you somehow end up dying, I will probably be able to get off from work and get money from the state to take care of your funeral problems, and if you somehow get injured, I can just send you back to the orphanage." Izuku flinched at the idea before sighing. "And I will still be making breakfast for you every day also if I do graduate and dash." "Highly doubt it. Also, as I said, right now you are wasting my time." The man made a shooing motion and Izuku nodded, leaving the still laughing man with a warm, happy feeling. The hard parts were over, soon everything would be better. He was sure of it. He took a deep breath and let it out. "There is no reason to be anxious, baby boy." Himi-chan patted his back and he felt himself relax a bit. Even if almost everyone had given up on him, it seemed like Himiko still believed. "I mean, I don't think that you will end up dying, you know? And even if you did, I would still take care of your treasure." Izuku directed his glare towards her to see her smiling sheepishly. "Funky fudge you. No one is touching my notebooks. And I doubt that you will even understand my new coding." He heard Himiko gasp and it was his turn to smirk. "I am honored by the fact that you created a new curse word because of me. Funky fudge you. What is there to be honored about?" Izuku swiped his hand at her, only for her to take a hold of it and softly bite it, sending chills all over Izuku's body. "You'll," he said, only for the other girl to laugh at his reaction. He watched as she took out her phone before swishing it in front of him. "Frick. I am going to be late." He yanked his hand away and went to go and pick up his pencil case and his information before darting out of their small hideout. He ran till he reached the subway, not being worried about Mr. Yashitoru as he had already done his daily duties before going out to meet up with Himiko. He got on the train just on time, sighing in relief as the doors closed. He had made it right on time. The train took as long as it usually did, but somehow it felt longer than it usually did, as it felt like hours had passed rather than minutes. As soon as he got out, he started running once again, being glad that he had not run into anyone from school, since he was sure that at least 5 of them had been planning on taking the exam. He slowed down as soon as he could see the school and walked towards the school. Soon he reached the school's gates and felt a small smile cover his features under the scarf that Himi-chan had made for him. He took a deep breath. Because this was the first step to a better future, where he would help others, save others, and make sure that there were fewer orphans like himself. He started to walk. And he was falling. So much for a better future, so much for high hopes, he just wanted to die. He clenched his eyes shut, waiting for pain, which never came. He frowned and opened his eyes, looking to his back, and grinned sheepishly at his hero. "Hi, nice to see you here," he said while his hero let out a small shty nerd. Katsuki mumbled and Izuku smiled as the boy picked him up like a bag of grapes and dropped him to the floor. Izuku staggered for a second before smiling at Katsuki, who just grumbled once again. "Can't you just go one day without drawing trouble to yourself?" "Of course not, I am just too irresistible." Katsuki growled once again, causing Izuku to smirk. Well, he stopped however as soon as the comments of the others hit his ear, making him frown. "Isn't that the cursed boy? How the hell did he found the guts to even come here? How could he dare to come here? Was it just to ruin our moods?" Well, Izuku tried to ignore them and turned back towards Katsuki. "Well, thanks for helping me, but it might be best if we act like we don't know each other from now on," he said and turned around, ignoring all the angry curses that Katsuki spewed around. He was sure that this was for the best. Katsuki had gone through so much, he didn't deserve to be with Izuku, who would just end up ruining his reputation. He went into the exam center before the frozen and furious blonde but stopped when he saw where his seat was, or who he was going to be sitting next to. He should have known, he should have known, he should have known. His eyes met the eye of the boy and felt himself freeze at the cruel smile that covered the boy's face. "Hey, Izuku. I had heard that you were going to be here, so me and my buddies decided that we should also try it out." Izuku's eyes grew big in here, before backing away. He felt himself bump something and turned around, his gaze meeting the one of a tall, navy-haired boy. He heard the boy huff and push him to the side before moving past him. He gulped, realizing that he was pulling attention towards himself, and forced his legs to work, going towards his seat, which was between 3 of his classmates, to his luck. He counted himself lucky that they were separated during the original written exam so that he could do the questions without any distractions. But there was a problem. He had thought that UA was supposed to have a hard entrance test, but this was way too easy, enough so that he finished the test almost 1 hour earlier than the other students, which caused him to remake his questions for 3 more times. When they finished, the students were again directed to their old places once again. This meant that Izuku was, once again, sandwiched between the Dryo and Katsuki. It was not as bad as it should have been, thanks to Katsuki being there, but it was still bad enough that the navy-haired boy that he had bumped into earlier got annoyed with his whimperings and called out to him during the explanation. Izuku was sure that he did not want to end up in his class. He didn't want to end up in Katsuki's classroom either, knowing well that he wouldn't be able to ignore him if that happened. He got out of his trance when the thorn-handed boy pulled away his paper, only to scowl. "King hell, I was hoping to see you die. Why did they put us all into different sections?" He grumbled and Izuku sighed, hoping that this meant that he could focus on his test, rather than worrying if they ended up dead rather than him. His gaze drifted to where Katsuki was sitting and felt a shudder went through him along with excitement at the way that the blonde boy was smirking. He knew that smirk, and he found himself feeling sorry for his tormentors, who would not be able to get out from this that easily. He looked at his other side just in time to see a girl searching for something and found himself frowning. Whatever it was that she was searching for seemed important if she was worrying over it that much. He sighed once again and got up when something caught his eye in the corner. "That is all from me." The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's obstacles. Go beyond. Plus ultra." "Now, everyone, I hope you guys have a fun time suffering." He heard Present Mike finish and bolted out of his seat to go and get to the good luck charm just before everyone else started to rush out of their seats and to their examination sites. He raised his head and found himself frowning when he saw that the brown-haired girl was no longer there. He got up and went with the flow of the crowd while pushing all his anxiety aside. He hoped that he would see the girl soon but guessed that he would have to give it to the teacher's room if he ended up in different places than her. To his luck, he ended up in the same place as the brunette. Once again, to his luck, he somehow ended up in the same group as the navy-haired, engined kid from before who seemed to have a hobby of staring at him. He ignored the low murmurings of the others and looked back at the girl, planning on giving the good luck charm to her if it really did belong to her. He sighed and took a couple of steps towards her. His destination was blocked, however, as he bumped into the engined boy once again. Much to his delight, Izuku backed up and sighed at the glare that the boy was supporting. Only he would manage to make enemies even before school started. Can't you see that she is trying to focus? I heard others talking about how much of a brute you are, but to lessen the chances of someone passing the exam by distracting them. How could you even think about destroying someone's focus like that? Izuku sighed. He seriously had no time to even think about things like this. Should he have just left the charm on the floor? His eyes trailed to the brunette, their eyes meeting, and sighed. Her eyes were frantic. They looked guilty probably for having lost their luck charm, and he knew that she had no chance of passing the exam this way. He sent a soft smile towards her way and saw her flinch, which reminded him of what the engine kid had called him. This was not how a brute acted. He pulled out the charm and saw the girl's eyes light up with hope at the sight of it. He had wanted to do this in secret as it would only pull more attention to himself and the girl, but he knew that his chance was gone. He walked past the tall boy and went to her, silently giving it to her along with a small smile. I saw that you had been searching for something and thought that this was yours when I saw it on the floor, he said, quietly so only they could hear it. I had been so worried. Yeah, your eyes did look frantic. I guess it is from a precious person, he said, hoping to make her relax. Her scrunched-up shoulders relaxed and he grinned from the inside, knowing that in the end he had done the right thing. Yeah, my mother, she smiled back at him, and he felt a pang of pain at the thought of his mother before warmth spread through him. How nice, take better care of it next time. He turned around hearing the girl mutter something similar to, I will, while he got ready for his exam. Izuku sighed as he kicked the head of another robot, feeling his leg pulsing from a wound. 63, he mumbled and ran in the other way, sighing as he kicked another robot down when he saw a French boy cornered by it. You all right? He asked, offering his hand, and the boy took it, sighing. Merci, I tipped and dash. Izuku felt another robot nearing them and watched as the boy shot a laser at it. He frowned at the amount of power that was used and looked at the blonde's face. You might want to lower the amount of laser you shoot out. I am guessing that you have 22 points. Yeah, you should try to go ahead and hit the ones that have 3 points with less strength, or you might become sick. He saw the boy frown and open his mouth. I am just good at analyzing, nothing else, he said before turning around and leaving the boy there. His goal was not to pass the exam, it was to come in first place or he was out. He sighed and bolted after the screams of the other students. He wondered how the school even paid for all this stuff. All the special effects, all the tech, the buildings, and the layout. He kicked out another robot's leg from under and watched as it fell, the fall causing it to break apart. He ignored the person that he had saved, not wanting to waste time with those who had called him all those names, and kept on going. He had 70 points now from all those attacks. He knew that it was high, but the fact that Katsuki was not on the same exam grounds made him anxious. He knew that Katsuki was aiming for the best place too, which meant that he would most likely dash. A screech sounded throughout the arena and he looked at where the sound had come from. Not important, Present Mike had said, not that important he had said, easy to ignore he had said. Izuku called it bullshit. There was nothing about the robot that was small or ignorable. He grumbled and turned around, looking to see other dummies to destroy, but stopped when he heard someone grunting. His eyes went fuzzy at the sight of the brunette lying under the piece of construction. Just like his father had died. Izuku baby, you will do great stuff one day. His mom's smile. Izuku's body moved on its own, his mind working faster than his body as he ran up to the girl and put his hands under it. He ignored it, even as it destroyed his hand. He could not care about anything else but the brunette that needed to go to her parents after this, the brunette that had to go home and hug her parents, tell them that she was going to be a hero. Even though he didn't even know her name, she had someone that was waiting for her, and that was all that mattered. He raised it growling and reached for the girl with newfound strength, pulling her out from underneath it before picking her up in his back. I am so sorry, the girl cried, and Izuku hummed before starting to run. He ran as fast as he could, dropping the girl down to where the other students had been watching him with big eyes, and turned back towards the robot. The girl had been crying because she had been scared of death. The others had run away because they had been scared of death. Izuku started to run towards the robot, not caring about the names that had been shouting after him. He hadn't been afraid of death for the last 10 years of his life, and as he ran up a fallen structure before jumping on top of the robot, he knew that this was nothing when he thought about his everyday life. Yagi Toshinori had been anxious ever since the beginning of the day. He had told the kid, Izuku Midoriya, that he could become a hero, but now thinking about it, he regretted it. He sighed as he entered the room where they would be watching the practical test, and found himself perking up at the way that Izuku darted in as soon as the exam began. He was short and skinny, which meant that it was not that easy to keep track of him, but his eyes never left the greenette. He watched as he took down a total of 37 robots when the others took down only 10 or 15 to earn a place in the hero class. He grinned and found that his worry had been for nothing. Now, let's see how our potential students act in a scene of chaos. The meek voice of the principal stated, and he found himself focusing on the screen once again, feeling his eyes go big at the giant robot that rose up from underneath the ground. He prayed for the boy to get away from the chaos, because he was quirkless. He found himself silently thanking Kami, when the boy turned around, getting ready to leave. However, his relief didn't last for long. Nedzu, there is a girl stuck underneath the bricks. Someone pointed out, and Toshinori cursed under his breath, moving closer to the screen. Nedzu stopped the robot. Someone screamed, other voices joining the owner of the voice while looking at the panicking and crying girl. However, Toshinori had his eyes on someone else. He watched as the green-haired boy stopped in his tracks, frozen for less than a second before the quirkless kid was running towards where the girl was stuck. It struck something inside of him, the way that he kept on going, not caring about his injuries, not caring about his weaknesses, and not caring about the danger. The way that he only cared about saving the girl made Toshinori's insides warm as he sighed. The kid was amazing however he looked at it. He was brave, heroic, weak but strong and just right. He watched as the judges raised their points, and Izuku got 30 points extra for saving the brunette girl. He was at 103 now as he ran with the girl in his arms. Okay, I guess that the test dash, one of the judges began to say, but stopped when they all saw the greenette run back in, jumping from rubble to rubble before jumping to the robot. Toshinori found himself grinning at the quirkless kid and smirked as the boy went to the back of the robot before tearing the cables off, disabling it in minutes. No sound was made as the boy got down, staggering on his feet before running back to the girl to check up on her. How many points did he end up getting? He heard Ms. Midnight ask. 123. Nedzu sighed out and Toshinori frowned. He would have expected for the principal to be excited about the kid, and how smart he was, but the grim look on Nedzu's face told him that none of that mattered at that moment. He turned back at the screen, just in time to see Recovery Girl kissing the injuries of the kids, healing them in seconds, except Izuku, who had already left. He sighed and turned back to Nedzu, to see what the mutant was thinking. To his surprise, the rat raccoon-like principal had a frown that supported his face. He ignored it, however, in favor of looking at Izuku's frozen face that lingered on one of the screens. Izuku Midoriya, he murmured and found himself smiling. The future symbol of hope for everyone, he added before leaving the room, hoping to catch him before he left. Nedzu had told him that most students ended up getting 30 points to secure their place in the hero course. He had seen the other potential students. The third place had gone to an impressive boy with a hardening quirk, the second to another with an explosion quirk, which had been much more fierce than the boy with the red hair. He stopped as he saw the greenette leaving the school entrance. The first place, Izuku Midoriya. The boy who would soon become the symbol of hope across the world. The boy that reminded him so much of Nana that an ache settled in his heart. Izuku Midoriya, he said, his buff form leaving him in the empty school entrance. He watched as the boy froze for a second, before sending him a smile that was enough to make all his worries leave. I will be waiting, he yelled, trying hard so that he didn't end up coughing up blood. The boy grinned and Toshinori straightened up. Yes, sir. Nedzu went to his computer as soon as he got to his office, opening a specific file about a certain potential student. He had to make sure that there was no way before the others came back, no way that the boy had been. Izuku Midoriya. All his grades were above 90% except vocal exams. He had way too many things written in his record that he found himself frowning. Why would a troublemaker, such as Izuku Midoriya, even try to come to his school? Why, after all those bad things, all those things written about him on his record? He heard a knock on his door and closed his computer, putting on a smile for his workers. He raised his head, watching as Ectoplasm, 13, Snipe, Midnight, Cementos, Present Mike, and All Might along with Eraserhead entered the room. He smiled and looked at every single one of them before mentioning for them to sit on the couches in the room. After everyone was seated, "What do you all think of our number 1 contestant today?" he asked, taking a sip from his cup as he watched the heroes. "I must say, he might end up becoming a force to be reckoned with in a couple of years with how good he is dash." Cementos got cut off by Nedzu as the principal sighed. "I want him to be expelled before that happens," he said as if it was such a small thing, making the others frown. "But sir, why would dash? You guys most likely don't know yet, but he has a bad record." He took another sip from his tea and watched the gears turn in the head of the others. "The young lad seems to have a high potential. Wouldn't it be unfair if we were to judge him by his past?" All Might said, and Nedzu hummed before opening his computer once again. "He has broken a student's wrist when the boy said that he would like to be his friend. He has put a dent on the wall using one of his classmates. He has drenched his classroom many times. He has pushed someone down the stairs in the past. He has kicked a student who ended up bedridden because of a broken jaw. Aside from that, many of his teachers have complained about him causing problems during the lessons, not letting others concentrate, and disrupting everyone in the class." He looked up from his computer, watching as all of them frowned. "But sir, I have talked with young Midoriya and he seems really genuine and dash." He sighed as All Might tried to defend the boy once again. He hated those who were like the green-haired boy, those who built up their empire by lies and fake smiles, those who destroyed anyone and everything on their way to their destination. "All Might, the boy is really smart. I bet that he can just lie through his teeth, tricking anyone," he added and watched as the man opened his mouth, before closing it once again, having nothing to say to that. He sighed and looked at his empty teacup before looking back at the teachers, who hoped to give all that they could give to their students. That is the only things that he has done in the last 6 months. Aside from that, he has gone to a total of 17 different foster homes, in one of them even breaking the ribs of one of his foster father at the mere age of he has however went to only 6 different schools. He waited for a bit before turning at Eraserhead, one of his most trusted teachers, because of how fair he always acted, how logical he always acted. The man knew that he had to put his heart aside in his work, and did just that. "Aizawa, I will be putting him in your class. Expel him as soon as you can. And the others are to tell me as soon as he does something that is worth expelling him." He sighed and watched as they all nodded. "I hate to do this. He is quirkless, he doesn't have anyone to guard his back, and he will most likely have financial problems. I approve of any one of you stopping his sponsorship in any way." He sighed and turned back to his computer. "You are all dismissed." There was shuffling heard and he sighed, closing the documents regarding the boy. However, his head shot up when he felt someone looming over him. "I would like to ask you for permission to contact a friend of mine to investigate this further." He frowned and looked up at All Might. He had already had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to convince the man that easily. Well, he guessed that it would be better this way. The man would see the kind of monster that he was trying to save. "I give you permission. You are someone who always needed evidence after all." He looked up at the man and frowned as the man sighed with relief. Just what had the boy done to trick the symbol of peace this much? He had no way of knowing. But he knew one thing. He had tried his best to install safety measurements in the whole school, from special gates to rules that everyone needed to follow in his school. He would not be letting all his work go to waste. No danger would be allowed to roam the halls because he had come in first place. He would not let a monster roam in the halls of UA. "Midoriya, there is a mail for you from you," Mr. Yashitoru called out, and Izuku gasped, placing the last plate to the cupboard before running towards the man. "Did you finish the chores?" the man asked, and Izuku fastly nodded, watching as the man waved the envelope in his hand while humming. "Any other chores?" "No, sir, I finished all of them." The man hummed once again before tossing the envelope towards him. "Suit yourself then. You won't be allowed to go if you don't have any scholarships. I'm gonna go for a drink." Izuku watched for a bit, waiting till the man locked the door before running up to his small bedroom. He hurriedly ripped the small fat envelope and took out the device, feeling himself grin at the sight of All Might. "Young Midoriya, I am here." Izuku snickered as the man said that. It felt weird, seeing the man in his buff form after all those times that he had seen him. Even if it was not even more than 5 times. He frowned and got closer to the hologram of the man as the man's lips twitched for a moment. He knew that there was something wrong but no idea what. "To welcome you to the UA Hero course," the man continued, and Izuku felt tears start to gather in his eyes as the man kept on going, giving him info about his class, his scores, and where he would be getting his things from. "On top of that, you have ranked first in both of the exams, meaning that you have won the only scholarship in the whole school," the man exclaimed, and Izuku laughed, covering his mouth as tears started to stream down his face. "Come, Midoriya. To your hero academia," the man finished, and the hologram stopped. Izuku lowered his head and his hand went to grip his heart as he started to sob. "Mom, Dad." He looked up at the ceiling as a bright smile covered his features. "I did it. I'm going to become a hero, Dad. I am going to follow the road of your dreams. I am going to make your dreams my reality." N-T-A-M, S-H, H-Y-P-M, N-K-M, S-T-G-T, Y-D-M-L. Ya, Ma, Ta, T-I, O-U, M-O-D-K, Ek, K-K, R-S, M-S, K-J, H-S, F-T, S-T, Teach, K-B, M-M, My, H-S, N-M, M-D, N-H, Ta, M-H, E-F-M-J, K-H, K-S-G-O, T-T-F-G, S-S-M, Key, R-T-P-B, T-S-R, Y-C-T, T-I-I, M-S-S-N, K-B-G, This, T-S-D-S, F-O, H-T-T, T-T-D, K-C-O, and then I climbed on it. Izuku exclaimed, his 2 hands going crazy as he explained everything to the blonde girl. Himiko let out a disappointed sigh and slapped the back of his head, causing him to turn towards her, both of them still walking towards their destination to celebrate Izuku getting into UA with a scholarship. "How the FCK are you even still alive?" she growled, making Izuku laugh before continuing with his story. "Then I pulled all of its cables before jumping down. You better be glad that I wasn't there to beat your dash." Himiko began to say but got cut off by a small rock flying past her, slamming into Izuku's shoulder with a soft thud. "Damn it, I almost hit his head." Both of the two turned towards the owner of the voice, seeing 6 of Izuku's ex-classmates. Izuku took a hold of Himiko's hand. Himiko's gaze turned towards Izuku's covered shoulder, imagining a blooming red spot that would most likely be purple the next day. Izuku tightened his grip and attempted to pass by the boy, making sure that he was in between his friend and the other. Himiko's hand became free, however, as soon as the other boy raised his fist, punching Izuku in the face. "Yes, I got the freak in the face this time." The boy laughed as he said this, making Himiko's blood boil. She would kill him, she would drain his blood and destroy. "Himi-chan." She turned towards her Izuku and his small smile made her stop. "Oh, the freak needs the protection of his girlfriend. How cute. Maybe if she is just like you, I can make her dash." "Nagato." The boy stopped, turning to look towards Izuku just like Himiko did. "I dare you to finish your sentence. If you say anything about her, you won't be happy," Izuku said. It made Himiko smirk at how creepy that had sounded, to know that her Izuku had it in him to scare others with just a single glance. "Himiko. Leave." Her smirk left her face and her eyes shot up towards him, feeling fear crawl up inside of her. She heard the other boy snicker as Izuku got up, wiping off the blood that dripped down his nose before getting close to her and hugging her. "I'll be alright," he whispered in her ear. "They can't do that much anyway since I got into UA and they know that. But I am scared that you will do something that you might just regret in the future. You want to become a lawyer, right?" She felt herself stiffen up. "But I can't just dash," she began but got softly shushed by Izuku. "Just don't turn back, alright? It'll be okay. Izuku!" She yelled, feeling empty as soon as he let go of her. "See you later, okay?" His soft voice asked, making her hate Izuku at how he could try to reassure him while knowing that he would be getting beaten up. But she still listened, walking away from the fight even if she heard grunts of pain from the boy the very next second. This was not alright. This was far from alright, the way that they were always ignored, the way that they were used as punch bags, the way that society had decided that they were worthless. She hated all of them, every hero that was supposed to come and save them, every hero that had been supposed to protect them, the adults that were supposed to be there for them. Himiko Toga wanted all of them to disappear. It didn't matter how it happened, she just wanted them gone. Izuku sighed as he set the table and covered it, getting it ready for Mr. Yashitoru to eat before placing the katsudon into the refrigerator for Mr. Yashitoru's dinner and lunch. He got ready, putting on the chosen school outfits before taking his backpack. He heaved in a breath, and as soon as it touched his lower back, where one of the boys had burned him, he checked if his makeup covered all of his scars on the mirror next to the door, before exiting the house and running towards the train station. He knew that it was going to be hard, having to get up at 3 a.m. every day to cook for Mr. Yashitoru and to clean the house, to leave at 5 a.m. to get to his station and to study for 2 hours on the train. On top of that, he also had to go to the library every day after 4 p.m. till 6 p.m. to study, as he probably wouldn't have time to study at Mr. Yashitoru's house. Izuku knew that all of this meant that he would only be eating during the mornings and maybe during the lunch break if he didn't need to study for anything. He would most likely get home at 8:30 p.m. and would have chores to do after getting home. That would mean that he would only be able to train during the night. Maybe he could go to the beach to clean, as he had promised, before going back home at 11 p.m. It was okay. He was used to sleeping only 3 or 2 hours a day. He got settled into the mostly empty train and sighed, taking his notebook out to go through his class notes of what he thought that they would be learning that day for some time. There were 2 little things that he enjoyed doing in his life, 2 little things that he could actually enjoy with his situation. And one of them was these train rides, where he could just sit down, watch out of the window as the life passed by. And he found himself being glad that he would be able to see both the dawn and dusk every day during his train ride, that he would be able to have some time to himself, how small it might be. He scanned the last page with his eyes, before switching to his hero analysis notebook. He somehow found himself being glad that Katsuki and himself didn't live close to each other, which meant that if he was lucky, he wouldn't have to see the explosive blonde at all. He hoped that the blonde was in the other class than he was in, because he knew that it would only hurt him to see the angry Pomeranian every day and try to avoid him to protect him from unwanted rumors. And he doubted that the blonde would be that bothered by it since they weren't that close anyway. So it would only hurt himself and nobody else. He closed his eyes and rested his head against his seat. He guessed that it would also be nice if the brunette with the zero gravity quirk was in the other class along with the laser boy. It was a low chance, but the idea of them getting in trouble just because they wanted to show their gratitude irked him. Yeah, he should probably ignore them too. And then there was the engine boy, who he didn't mind being in the same class with. He had been bullied in the past, so he didn't think that having to ignore a rich boy would be that horrible. He opened his eyes and looked up at the clouds, feeling himself smile as the sun started to show itself on the horizon, destroying the pitch-black night. He looked down at his analysis notebook and wondered when his sun would rise. Shoyuta sighed, sitting down on the breakfast table. "Dad?" his son asked, and Shoyuta looked at him before turning towards Hisashi. "Is there a problem?" his son, the purple-haired boy, began to say. "You have been kind of stressed out lately. And I know that it is not because of your underground hero work, so..." Shoyuta sighed, rubbing his forehead before looking back at the two. Class 1A is going to be beginning as a 21-student class today. Shoyuta began and watched as the other two frowned. There is a boy, Izuku Midoriya, that will be expelled today, so the principal made it so that there are 21 students in the beginning. He sighed, already feeling an oncoming headache. "But why would you guys target him?" Shoyuta sighed, rubbing his forehead with one hand. "The thing is, he has a really bad record, like really bad according to Nedzu, and he thinks that it might be, well, more like it will be best if I expel him on the first day of school." Hitoshi frowned. "So," Shoyuta began to say, "I plan to do a physical exam and will be telling them the person that comes last will be expelled." Of course, Izuku will be coming last since most of them are made for those with strong quirks in one category. He ran his hand through his messy black hair, making the other two frown harder. So he has a quirk that wouldn't be able to help him with the challenges? Hitoshi asked, and Hisashi sighed. Izuku Midoriya is quirkless, Hisashi answered, and both of them closed their eyes as they heard the other boy's chair fall to the ground as he slammed his hand on the table. How could you agree to that? You know how hard quirk discrimination can be. You know how much someone can suffer from it, so dash. Hitoshi. Shoyuta cut him off, but Hitoshi continued to glare at him. I also don't like it. It is really low, but Nedza gave him to me so that I would expel him. So only this time? Please, can you bear with it and stay away from the problem child? Shoyuta asked, and felt relief flood him, as his son picked up his chair and sat back down, mumbling a soft, sorry, as he did so. But dash, Hitoshi began, and Shoyuta looked back at his son. I want to know all that he has done if you guys expect me to listen to you. Shoyuta let out his Cheshire grin, feeling both irritated and proud at the same time before telling his son everything about Izuku Midoriya, the truth that the others had created for the green-haired boy. Shoyuta believed that the boy was walking along the edge of a cliff by coming to UA, where heroes like himself were, and had a feeling that he would fall off that edge soon. Shoyuta had no chance of knowing how high that cliff actually was, and he sure as hell had no idea that if Izuku fell, he wouldn't be able to survive the fall. Izuku sighed as he took in the massive doors of his class and felt himself smile a bit. It was amazing how the school considered those with every type of quirky and how everyone was welcome to join the school, even a quirkless orphan that had a record like his. He let out a little prayer of hope that the year went without any bullying attempts from his classmates and that he graduated at the end of the year before opening the door. Don't put your feet on the desk. Someone shouted as soon as the doors opened, and Izuku cursed his luck after seeing who the navy-haired kid was yelling at. Which elite junior high did you go to, huh? You extra. He ignored the shouts of the explosive blonde, already being used to his screams, and his eyes trailed around the room, groaning from the inside at the zero-gravity girl and the laser boy that were cheerfully talking to someone else. For a moment, his eyes met a pair of brown ones, and he shook his head when he saw her brighten at the sight of him. He seriously did not need to ruin someone's reputation right off the bat. Izuku! Katsuki screamed, and Izuku took a deep breath before going towards where his desk was supposed to be before frowning. He looked around the class and wondered why he hadn't realized it earlier. There were a total of 21 students. There was one person that was too much, which meant that someone would most likely go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. His thought got cut off by the newcomer, and he turned around, looking at the underground pro hero. He felt his heart beat faster as he looked at Eraserhead, one of his heroes, his idols. The man that Izuku had studied again and again, his fighting style, his motives, and everything. He looked at the man with hidden admiration but felt himself freeze when the pro hero looked at him, sending him a glare that had chills going up his body. Izuku guessed that he should have known that it wouldn't matter wherever he went as long as he was Izuku Midoriya. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoyuta Aizawa. Nice to meet you, the man said, and Izuku looked away, feeling goosebumps all over his body as the man continued to stare at him. That's our homeroom teacher. Almost everyone in the rest of the class yelled, making Izuku's ears ring. Izuku found himself wishing that he hadn't gone outside to celebrate with Himiko the other day, as it could have most likely helped him avoid the whole thing with his ex-classmates. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out to the field, the pro hero said, and this time his gaze was roaming over every single one of them, making Izuku feel less anxious. For a while, silence took over the class, all of them staring at their homeroom teacher who was patiently looking at every single one of them. Well? The erasure hero asked, causing all of them to get up to get their outfits before leaving their class to go to the locker room. Izuku walked from the back and slipped into the toilet as soon as they got to the changing rooms, to put on their sports outfits. He took out his uniform, revealing a tight black t-shirt that hugged his abs along with arm sleeves that covered everything that the t-shirt couldn't cover up. He also had black tight shorts on, which covered to his knees, leaving the space between his feet and knees bare, the scars visible to roaming eyes. He quickly put on his clothes before leaving for the gym, making sure to be there earlier than most but not all. To his surprise, the teacher was already there, waiting for them with a bored look. The man unbound his arms and looked at them as soon as everyone was there. "We will be having a quirk assessment test," the man calmly stated, and Izuku held back a flinch as the others screamed once again. "A quirk assessment test?" Izuku got away from the group a bit, staying in the back as the man's anger seemed to rise. "But what about the entrance ceremony? The orientation?" Izuku raised his gaze from the ground and felt himself pitying the zero-gravity girl, as she asked about the school activities. "If you are going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are." The man turned towards them, making some of the students irk once again. That's how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. Izuku couldn't remember a time that he had done these tests, all his sports lessons mostly being spent in a dark storage room or the showers, that he would most of the time be locked in. It had him wondering what kind of tests they were. "Midoriya, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right?" Aizawa-sensei asked, and Izuku's head shot up, looking at the man with big eyes. He clenched his hands as he felt all 20 of his classmates stare at him and nodded. "In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw?" the man asked, and Izuku clenched his hands tighter before opening his mouth to answer the man. "I don't have any results. That'll be the first time for me to do it." He looked at his sensei, who looked more like every other adult, rather than a pro hero who Izuku had been thriving to be like. Like those adults who had given up on him, those who had looked down on him, those who had wanted to get rid of him. "You don't?" "No, sir." "Okay, well, I guess we can't do anything about that. Now try to throw it with your quirk," the man said, and Izuku felt his nails dig deeper into his hands. His sensei should have known that he was quirkless. He should have known that Izuku hadn't done any practical test before, so just why? "I don't have a quirk, sir," he answered, not wanting to go over the line, and almost felt as if he saw the man smirk at that. "Oh, you are right, I must have forgotten about that. Bakugu, since you finished at the top after him, what was your highest score?" Aizawa-sensei asked the explosive blonde. Izuku was sure what the blonde had said had to be interesting, awing, but he found himself trying to even out his breathing till the exam, knowing that if he had a panic attack now it would all be for nothing. He had expected it, for his high school life to be bad just like his junior high years had been, but still found himself let down at the fact that one of his idols was just like everyone else. He heard a familiar sound scream out inside. Izuku's head rose, watching as the explosive blonde threw the ball while looking at Aizawa-sensei, and found himself hoping that he was not doing it on purpose because Katsuki couldn't be that reckless. Considering the glare that the erasure hero had sent the blonde, it was pretty obvious that it was done with the intention of swearing at the pro hero. Their sensei sighed before looking back at them. "Know your maximum first," Aizawa-sensei said, and showed them the scale, making Izuku grin as the blonde left everyone else in awe. He had already seen the blonde throw away stuff that belonged to his ex-classmates, so he guessed that he had been kind of expecting it to be at least 700 meters. 750 meters? "That's crazy," a boy remarked, and Izuku felt himself feeling better, feeling as if he had been the one to get the comment rather than the angry blonde. "What's this?" "It looks really fun," a pink girl said, and Izuku's gaze shifted to the pro hero, the scowl that the man wore telling him that that comment was not a comment that the girl should have made. "It looks fun, huh?" their homeroom teacher murmured, making all of them turn towards him with a startled expression. "You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time?" The black-haired hero grinned, and their eyes met, making Izuku's heart beat fast in his chest. "Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be faced with expulsion." As soon as Eraserhead said that, Izuku felt as if someone had dumped cold water all over him. It felt as if the man was fully targeting him, as if the pro hero was saying that Izuku would be the one to fail, and the grin on his face made it clear that he expected Izuku to realize that too. He felt a couple of gazes on himself but ignored them, trying to look the pro hero in his eyes. "Welcome to UA." At that moment Izuku's mental list, which he had written the names of all his idols, lost one name, and the name Aizawa Shoyuda was written under his other list. which had the list of peoples that he should never trust, that he should wary of. Izuku threw the softball with all his strength, watching as the disgruntled pro hero showed his result, which said 79 meters. That meant that he got 14th place in the class full of 21 students. He was glad, very glad that the test was not as hard as he had thought that it would be. The 50-meter dash had only helped to raise his motivation when he had gotten 11th place, just like the standing long jump which he had gotten 14th place in. He was used to running away by now, to trying to escape cruel hands, gazes, and actions all his life, that it had been easy to pass half of his class. The standing long jump had been the same, with how many times he had had to parkour on top of the buildings just to escape a certain group of people. His results from the other challenges had been kind of the same, making him gain his place in the second half of the rankings, leaving him feeling better about the whole threat of him being expelled. They did a couple more challenges, like the sit-up challenge that he had ended up got 7th place in, and the long-distance race that he had gotten 10th place in. As a plus of how relaxed he had been, he had had extra time to observe his classmates, rather than wasting time on worrying. He ended up observing their quirks closely, somewhat making a list of things that he should be looking out for along with a list of people that he should fully avoid. The girl with the brunette hair and zero-gravity quirk was at the top of his list of to avoid people, right before the skipping girl that seemed to have a frog mutation quirk, the red spiky-haired boy with the quirk that reminded him of a shield, the pink girl with the acid quirk, and the explosive blonde. They were either too truthful, too observative, too friendly, or just too Katsuki. The list of things that he needed to look out for felt never-ending, but he knew that it would not be a problem, because his life was built around being careful about these kinds of things. As soon as the tests were finished, Aizawa-sensei directed them back to the training grounds. Okay, I'll quickly tell you your test results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once, his sensei said before clicking a button, which showed them their test results as a hologram. He scanned the test and felt himself relax when he saw that he was in 12th place, making him sigh in relief. His eyes scanned the list further and frowned when he saw that the 21st place had went to a boy named Minoru Mineta. The red-eyed hero clicked the button once again, the hologram disappearing. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion, the hero began to say, making Izuku scoff a bit. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. The man's grim look turned into one that resembled a Cheshire cat. It was obvious, to be honest. I am surprised by how easily you all fell for it, Izuku heard someone say, but his gaze was trained on the pro hero, having a crunching feeling inside that he had been the reason that the man had decided to expel someone in the first place, the reason that there were 21 students in the class, the reason that the erasure hero changed his mind about the expulsion. With that said, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them, the man said before leaving the students to themselves. Izuku took a deep breath, before looking up, only to jump back as he was met with the face of a bubbly brunette. Hey, she squealed, you were so awesome. Izuku bit his lips at the unexpected compliment and looked away for a moment on habit. It wasn't Dash. And I couldn't thank you before for saving me during the entrance exam, she said, so thank you so much. It feels like I keep getting saved by you again and again. It was nothing much. But Dash, the bell was heard, signaling for their next class, and Izuku watched as the others passed by them. After all of their classmates had left, he sighed and looked at the girl. Do you want to be a hero? That seemed to wipe off the girl's expression as she backed away a bit, tilting her head to the side. Yes? But isn't that why Dash? Izuku cut her off, looking her right in her eyes. You won't have a good reputation if you're with me. So it might be best if you don't try to become friends with me. He then turned around and left the girl standing there, knowing that he had both lost a possible accomplice, maybe even a friend. As he speed-walked to the changing room, he passed by his sensei, but didn't see him and kept on walking, as his mind was already too busy thinking about certain things to even see the pro hero. Shoyuta had felt himself becoming more irritated as he had watched the problem child pass all the tests. Wondering why he had even arranged the test like he had, because maybe if he had done it in a different way, he could have easily expelled the green-haired kid. He looked at the list and sighed. He also couldn't expel all the students after him, as there were those who had a really promising future in front of them, and he couldn't really expel all 10 of his students. Almost everyone in the class had high potential that year, and he found himself not being able to expel any of them. Shoyuta found himself thinking of the way that the kid had sprinted, how he had done in the jump along with some other challenges. He sighed as he leaned his back against the chair, staring at the ceiling of the teacher's room. He closed his eyes and thought about after the test when the kid had talked to the brunette. If what Nedzu had said had been 100% true. He sighed once again, straightening up. Maybe, just maybe there was hope for. He is a dog that bites the hand of its owner. He shook his head, ignoring his thoughts. He wouldn't waste extra time on the boy, but he would observe him. He would take any chance he got to expel him, but if he didn't give him any. If the boy managed to survive his teachings till the end of the term, he was sure that Nedzu would find a way to expel him, no matter how his exam went. So Shoyuta knew that it would be best if he expelled him before that, and that he was the one to end his dreams than someone else. Because he knew how cruel it was for a dream to end in midway. Shoyuta took another glance at the kid's file and thought of the way that the boy's eyes had sparkled when he had entered the class, right before Shoyuta had glared at him. He sighed, trying to get the image of the boy's sparkling eyes out of his mind, and closed his computer. He had to get to class. Izuku rolled his shoulders as he left the class before the others, feeling sore from both the test and the beating that he had gotten the other day. He heard silent footsteps and took a glance at the other, sighing as his eyes met the eyes of the blonde. "What the FCK you looking at?" The blonde huffed out and Izuku sighed, deciding to just ignore it. "Hey you two. Are you guys heading to the station too?" He sighed once again as he heard the girl, Uraraka, call out to him. I'm heading to the library," he answered and fastened his pace. "Why the FCK are you answering for me, you little?" The blonde growled and he felt himself sigh once again. "Are you not, Bakugu?" Izuku asked and watched as the other boy's growl turned into a scoff before turning into a smirk. "No, I'm heading to the library too." The blonde answered and Izuku sighed before turning towards Uraraka. "I think that Ida-san is going to be heading to the station too. I heard him talking last time, and the same goes for Yayarozu-san, Aoyama-san, and Kaminari-san. You can go with them if you want," he said and turned around, starting to walk once again towards his destination. He had to study more on a certain teacher's quirk, not knowing what to think of the man who once used to be his idol. Izuku took another glance at the explosive blonde and sighed in irritation, deciding to just ignore him as he sat closer to the window. It had been like that the last time too, the blonde standing a couple of meters away without saying anything, without closing the distance which had been maintained for 2 hours. Which was not very subtle, as Izuku knew for sure that Katsuki lived 30 minutes away from him, so he should have gotten on another train which was faster than his, or he should have gotten off 30 minutes earlier. He looked down at his notes and went back to his studying. Prohiro Eraserhead, also known as Aizawa Shoyuta, who is a teacher at UA. During all of his recorded fights, which are not that many, he has demonstrated an incredible amount of combat power, strategy creating skills, weapon control along with quirk knowledge. He has also shown immense strength while fighting with villains. He is able to fight those who are even 10 times bigger than himself, as it had been recorded during an accident in Narahata many years ago, where the villain or the civilian that had been under the control of a drag had been 20 times bigger than himself. His quirk erasure is a quirk that gives its user the ability to nullify another person's quirk by looking at the person, which most likely won't even lose its effect after the targeted person is out of eyesight. His quirk has many weak points. One of the biggest ones is that most mutant-class quirks are immune to it. The effects of the quirk can only last as long as the user does not blink. The quirk also causes the user's eyes to change color while also causing the person's hair to raise up, which is a big weak point considering anyone that realizes this can use it effectively to their benefit. There are many gadgets which would most likely benefit its user, such as something that makes it so their hair is always up, like how Present Mike does it, which is explained in section 57 in short details, or goggles that both protect and water the person's eyes to prevent their eyes drying up. Another. His head shot up as his makeshift phone, which he had found at the beach, rang. He closed his notes and put them back into his backpack, sighing. Izuku got up, sighing as he slung his backpack against his shoulder, once again sighing and cursing himself for forgetting his injured shoulder. He felt two eyes on him and froze for a second on habit before turning to the side and looking at the blonde who was watching him closely. Izuku knew that Katsuki wouldn't gain anything from helping him because they weren't friends. They had only been companions, protecting each other at certain times and helping each other when it was needed, so why was Bakugu still following him? When Izuku was only trying to help him? When he was only trying to protect him from cruel rumors and glances? He got out of the train and started to fasten his steps, hoping that the other boy would just give up on him. It shouldn't have been that hard, considering how many people had given up on him again and again. Izuku speedwalked for 17 minutes, feeling both victorious and disappointed at the fact that the blonde hadn't caught up to him. There were 20 more minutes till the beginning of the lesson when Izuku got to class, so Izuku placed his head on his table and sighed as he rested his eyes for a while, hoping to be able to rest his eyes for some time till the beginning of the lesson. To Izuku's surprise, their first lesson ended up being English, and it was actually normal. Well, aside from the fact that it was given by Present Mike, who he had used to listen to when he was a 10-year-old boy. A 10-year-old who had been trying to find light in his broken world. But now, the lesson felt suffocating. The man did his best to give an exciting lesson to his classmates, but the glances that he sent Izuku every now and then told Izuku all he needed to know. One more person who hated him, another one of his old heroes that wanted nothing to do with him. The rest was the same. The same suffocating feeling, the one that he had always known. So his favorite time ended up being lunchtime, where he had the chance to go outside and breathe, to feel alive again. It didn't really matter to him that he missed eating his lunch, because that was what he had been used to till now. Missing 1 or 2 meals a day was no big deal. Young Midoriya, he got up, out of respect, and the sight of All Might made him feel warm all of a sudden. The first person that had told him that he could be a hero after the loss of his parents, the first person to actually smile at the sight of him without being forced to. "All Might, sir," he said, putting on a small smile, and felt himself brighten even more when the man raised up a small lunch set. "Would you want to join me for lunch?" the symbol of peace asked, and Izuku slowly nodded, because how could he say no to him when he had gone through the trouble of packing something for him? So Izuku followed the hero, wanting to treasure the man's presence, because he knew that it would only last till the hero heard about the rumors. And after that he would be thrown away, once again. "I am coming through the door like a normal person." Izuku's head shot up at that, and he felt himself brighten up at the sight of the man. His eyes kept on trailing after the man as the other students agreed to his ideas without knowing. "I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right to it. This is what we'll be doing today. Izuku chuckled from the inside at the man's gestures and how dramatic they were. "Combat training. And to go with that are these." The man waved his hand, causing rectangular figures to come out of the walls, with numbers from 1 till Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline at the sight of them, feeling his heart rapidly beating in his chest. "Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started." It felt as if the man knew their excitement, as he kept it short. Izuku got up, going to pick up his costume, but was stopped by a hand landing on his shoulder. "Sensei?" he asked, as the hand on his shoulder gave him a soft squeeze, which made him hiss from the inside, as the little squeeze sent sparks of pain throughout his whole body, thanks to his injuries. "Young Midoriya, I am sorry to inform you that there was a problem with the process of making your costume." Izuku looked back at the boxes, just now realizing that the NMR.1 had not been shining like the other numbers. Normally there are only 20 students in one class. The one in charge had forgotten to give them your number, as your number was at the top. The man boomed, and Izuku sighed. He guessed that he should have expected it. "So I went to my old sidekick's agency yesterday morning after the ceremony, and asked them to design your costume right away. It will be here next week," the man informed, and Izuku's head shot up. All Might had personally found people to design his costume? "They were already finished with your utility belt, so I brought it with me." "Once again, my boy, I am truly sorry that this had to happen," All Might said, but Izuku shook his head. He both wanted to thank the man, while making the others guilty but ignored his second wish and looked at All Might with a neutral expression. "Thank you, sir, and it is no problem." He found himself changing his thoughts about ignoring his second wish. "It's not like they intentionally did it to make me feel left out, right?" he asked and saw the symbol of peace. Gulp. "But sir, thank you so much," he added and gratefully took the utility belt from the man's fingers. "Of course, now I think that it might be best if you put on your school PE uniform, all right?" the man asked, and Izuku wondered how someone could smile like that while sounding so kind. Izuku nodded and left the classroom after picking up his PE uniform, and went to the toilet stalls to get ready once again. Izuku repeated yesterday's events as he put his clothes on and quickly left the toilet to the training grounds. As soon as he got there, his eyes became filled with tears that he blinked away as he looked at Bakugo. Because the boy had been right when he had said that he was going to be wearing Auntie Mitsuki's old jacket that had been a part of her hero outfit. He had a black bodysuit on which had a red X on the front of it, along with a gauntlet, knee protectors, black combat boots with red lines on the sides of his combat shoes, and a black mask, the same one that Izuku had asked for, as it was the same one that his father had. He looked around and found himself staring at another costume, because of how similar it was to their homeroom teacher. The dark purple combat boots with the dark gray bodysuit which had a purple spider thread design, the binding cloth, one that was similar to Eraserhead always wore, along with shiny purple goggles. Izuku remembered that the boy's name was Hitoshi and looked away, putting another name to his list of people to be wary of. He continued to look on, scoffing in anger when he saw what the girls were wearing. Was that even legal? To make underage students wear those stuff? He made a side note to look into both Hagikyure's quirk and Yaoyorozu's quirk to see if the two girls could somehow find a better way to use their quirks and be able to move more comfortably. Because he was sure that Hagikyure would not want to stay naked and Yaoyorozu would want to have more say in her outfit. And Todoroki's outfit? It looked more like a villain than a hero. He knew that he wasn't the judge of that, but that didn't mean that he wasn't going to make designs that day after school. "That's great, everyone. You all look really cool," their teacher's voice boomed, and Izuku fought back the need to snicker. One of the students was definitely having problems accepting himself. The other two, or well, other five probably felt too uncomfortable because of how tight their outfits were, and he didn't have any costumes just yet. "Now, shall we begin, you zygotes?" A cheer was heard from the class. "For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training?" the girl, Atsuyu, asked, and the pro-hero clenched his fists. "This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there are no robots that you can just beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? Can we beat them up anyway? Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? How shall we be split up? Isn't this cape crazy? What the frick?" Izuku turned towards the boy he had saved during the entrance exam before turning back towards his sensei. Was everyone a little child that they couldn't even wait till the man finished talking? "I'll answer all your questions," All Might started to say, and Izuku held back a snicker as the number one hero took out a little script. "The situation is that villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allowed time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They are being decided so haphazardly." The engine boy, he remembered as Ida asked, and he sighed. "Maybe it is to make it as real as possible?" Uraraka answered back, and Izuku nodded at her answer, even though no one could see him nod. "If that's all, let's do this quickly." The man boomed and put down a box, letting every student pick up a ball with a letter on top of it. Izuku waited till the end to pick a ball and sighed when he got it. He looked around to see everyone had already found their partners except a purple-haired boy, who was asking around who his partner was. He sighed and headed to the grape-haired boy, already trying to make a plan in his head. "N-T-A-M, S-H, H-Y-P-M, N-K-M, S-T-G-T, Y-T-M-L, Y, Ma, Ta, T-I, O-U, M-O, D-K, Ek, K-K, R-S, M-S, K-J, H-S, F-T, S-T, Teach, K-B, M-M, My, H-S. Endim, MD, NH, Ta, MH, EFMJ, KH, KSGO, TTFG, SSM, Key, RTPB, TSR, YCT, TII, MSSN, KBG, THIS, TSDS, AFO, HTT, TTD, KCO. Izuku took a glance at his partner and sighed at the way that the boy was muttering about how unfair it was for the teams to be drawn in lots. Mineta-san, Izuku started and watched as the boy scoffed at him. We will be needing a good ground plan. I really hope that we are in the team that guards the bomb so that it will be easier to work. How? My quirk might be good, but it's not useful in a mission like this. It will be easier if we are chosen as heroes. And on top of that, I am stuck with a quirkless dash. You were in last place yesterday, while I got 12th place. Izuku reminded him and smirked from the inside as the boy looked away from him. Now let's decide the teams. All Might started once again, his voice booming, and Izuku focused on the man. First teams to go are Team A, Midoriya and Mineta as the villains, and Team D, Shinso and Ida as the heroes. The man started and picked up the box. The villain team will be given 5 minutes to get ready to strategize. And after that, the hero team will be allowed to enter. The rules are simple as I have already explained in the beginning. Everyone else, head towards the monitor room. With that, the other 17 students left, leaving the 4 of them alone with All Might, their sensei who directed them towards their training grounds. Villain team, All Might started to say, "Go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in and the battle will start." Izuku went inside after Mineta, before sending a small glance towards Shinso and Ida. It had been fairly easy for them to find the bomb, and Izuku had no doubt that the heroes team would have an easy time too. Why did we have to be against those two? And we are villains on top of that. The grape-haired boy whined and Izuku sighed. Mineta-san. Izuku started to say, "I have an idea, a plan, would you like to know about it? What else can I do other than to listen to you?" Izuku ignored him and began to talk. "So, our enemy is the 2 of them, Ida-san and Shinsu-san. Ida-san has engines in his legs, which means that it is likely that he won't be that cautious of his surroundings. It is also likely that the 2 of them will separate if we cause enough distractions. We can take care of Ida-san very easily by making him come here." "And how will that work?" Izuku pointed at the ceiling. "Can you maybe stick the bomb to the ceiling with your ball and also put ball everywhere to make it so that Ida-san won't be able to move past the door?" he asked, and the other boy stared at him blankly before he also smirked. Izuku accepted this as a yes, and continued his explanation. "And then there is Shinsu-san, who is much more dangerous than Ida-san." "What do you mean by that?" "Ida-kun is more powerful in both quirk and built and combat dash. Did you ever see their combat skills?" Mineta shook his head, frowning. "Yeah, me neither, but from only looking at them, I bet that Shinsu-san has more strategy skills, combat skills, and weapon control than Ida-san. Did you remember the way that Aizawa-sensei had used his binding cloth on a couple of students?" "Yeah. Shinsu-san has an exact copy of sensei's binding cloth. Do you think that it is just a coincidence? He is either a big fan or they are related somehow. I won't delve deeper into this because that knowledge is not mine to learn or tell." "I hadn't even realized that." "Don't worry, I doubt anyone else did. Everyone was busy admiring their own costumes. Anyway, Shinsu-san's quirk is brainwashing and it mostly has something to do with talking, so make sure to stay quiet if you ever bump into him. We will stick the bomb to the ceiling, put some of your ball around the entrance, and I'll go ahead to trick Shinsu-san to come after me. He will probably think that he can trick me because of the rumors." "What rumors?" Mineta asked, and Izuku's head turned around to look at the boy. Did he not know? Did he have no idea who Izuku was rumored to be? "Not that important at the moment, but you'll probably know about it after this match if Shinsu-san does end up using it against me." "Is it something dash?" "Don't worry, I doubt that it will affect you. Now shall we stick the bomb to the ceiling? I think that I saw a ladder close to here. You can climb up first to stick your ball to the ceiling, and then I can try and stick the bomb to them since it is not that heavy but is really big." "All right, should I dash?" They both stopped as soon as a buzz was heard, and Izuku sighed. "New plan, I will stick one of my small explosives close to the door, there will be a lot of ball lying around, and when Ida-san passes the trap, the explosive will explode and send the ball towards him. The rest is the same, alright? Izuku waited till the boy nodded and then got up to set the trap, which proved to be fairly easy. It was a string trap, which would activate the bomb as soon as some pulled on it. After the trap was ready, Izuku left the room, going to look for the lilac-haired teen. It was silent as Izuku trailed down the corridors, being wary of the two before hiding as soon as he heard someone rushing towards his location. He took a peek and watched as Ida passed by him. After being sure that the other had passed, he got out of his place and continued to walk. If the other boy was going on ahead, then that meant that the two were going to be working separately and that they had planned for Ida to fight whoever had gone ahead from the villains while Shinso took control of the other person and they won. So, you managed to hide from Ida. I must say, I am impressed. He turned towards the other side and grinned as he saw the owner of the voice. Izuku got his capture tape ready and looked the other in his eyes. Not answering? Izuku truly wondered if the boy was planning on beating him with only his brainwashing quirk, as he too did not move an inch. The boy was asking him stuff, trying to make him talk or to a... Izuku grinned as he realized how the teen's quirk worked. Is this your plan? Izuku asked back and watched the boy's grin turn into a scowl, which only lasted a second. Shinso also got his weapon ready and stood in a fighting position, just like Izuku. Well, actually, I was wondering something, Shinso began to say as he darted forward, trying to land a punch to Izuku's face. About the rumors and stuff. Izuku blocked his punch with his arm and scoffed at what the boy had said. Are they all really true? Izuku stumbled a bit at that question, letting the lilac-haired boy to land a kick to his side, causing him to stumble back at the impact. You don't act like a person who would go ahead and hurt those who try to get close to him. Izuku darted forward and used his palm to hit the other boy in the chin, making him back away at the impact. And it just doesn't make sense. The other boy recovered and threw his binding tape at him, making Izuku roll away and crouch far away from him. I know how those with villainous quirks are treated in an orphanage. Shinso advanced towards him, making him jump back once again, just as the boy swung his arm, making Izuku realize that he favored his right hook more, so it wouldn't make sense for you to just try to throw away everything. Izuku stopped at that and looked at the boy's face, wondering how he could lie like that through his teeth, because he couldn't be able to know about it without going through the things that Izuku had gone through. Izuku frowned at the idea and looked back at the other just as Shinso went to kick him. In a swift move, Izuku took hold of Shinso's leg before pushing it back and causing the lilac-haired boy to lose balance. Izuku wondered if the boy was trying to trick him into answering by asking these things or if he was really searching for an answer, because if he was really searching for his truth. Izuku jumped and sat on top of the fallen boy, tying the other in his binding tapes as he let out a sigh. The villains win. All Might's voice boomed through the speakers and Izuku sighed. That must have meant that Mineta had taken care of Ida after all. He got off the boy and started to unbind him and sighed as he undid the last parts. Shinsu-sen, you should know which truth you are searching for if you ask something like that. Which truth? Izuku turned around and started to head towards the bomb room. The truth which everyone knows, or the truth which has been ignored, he stated, and then he was gone, leaving the lilac-haired boy alone with his thoughts. Izuku smiled as the other boy jumped up and down next to him. It was weird how the boy who seemed like a pervert could be so excited about something like this. Well, I think that this is a better way of wooing girls than catcalling them and making them uncomfortable, right? That stopped the other boy, who stopped and looked at the floor. Izuku sighed and went towards Ida with the capture tape in his hands. The ball were different than he had thought. They were much more like sticky rubber ball than he would like to admit, and he even wondered how they could even be as sticky as they were. He had absolutely no idea how that had happened, but the navy-haired boy's mouth was also closed with one of the boy's ball, making him unable to talk as he wormed around. Mineta-san? Izuku asked, and the boy slowly came towards him. Izuku had the feeling that it wouldn't matter if he acted this way with the boy. He trusted All Might to not tell anyone about how he acted in class, and it seemed like not everyone knew about his reputation in the class. Him talking with Mineta would not cause any troubles for Mineta. If you don't mind me asking, how does your quirk really work? I mean, I know that you have sticky hair, but that can't be all? I mean, your quirk doesn't affect your hands, and I think that it won't affect any part of your body either. I guess? I mean, I had never wondered about my quirk that much before. I can only stick my hair to stuff and my scalp bleeds if I use it too much. You never thought of how your body is unable to stick to them? Or how you can take a hold of your ball easier? Or did you ever think about creating a suit that would maybe stick just like your hair? It could even help you climb walls and it would be perfect for stealth missions? And what about making a bomb out of them? It can be liquefied and dash. Izuku stopped his mumbling and went back to freeing Ida, who had stopped trying to get out and was looking at Izuku weirdly now. Izuku sighed and did his best to ignore the engine boy as he continued to free him with the gloves that he had made out of the capture tape. I had never even considered those options before. Izuku threw the binding tape to the side and turned at the other boy. Well, you are kinda smart. I think that you never thought that you could think about these kind of things, you know? Izuku got up and looked at the navy-haired boy who silently got up. After that, all three of them went down to find that Shinso was still staring off into empty space, now with a scowl that decorated his face. Shinso-kun? Ida began and the boy's head bolted up, taking one look at the three of them, before they all left the building to where the rest of their classmates were waiting. Izuku had no idea why, but he had a really bad feeling about everything, the silence that surrounded the four of them, which felt too suffocating for him. Toshinori felt himself grin as he watched the way that the boy strategized and felt mesmerized at the boy's smooth movements. He had no doubt that the heroes' team couldn't hear anything from the villains either. Sensei, is there a way in which we can hear the conversation? Young Yaoyorozu asked and he shook his head. I'm afraid not, young Yaoyorozu. He stated before turning back at the screen as the two set on a small explosive bomb before Mineta started to cover it with his ball and Midoriya started to set the trap which would activate the bomb. I would have never thought that Mineta's quirk could be used like that. Young Kaminari added, which made him grin bigger. After all, young Midoriya had been the one to capture the slime villain with 2 bottles by tricking it. Midoriya left, as Mineta kept setting the trap before moving to hide and wait for young Ida. The rest went out quick. The encounter between Mineta and Ida was finished in an instant, while the fight between the other two lasted a bit longer. In the end, Toshinori felt proud, as he announced that young Midoriya had been the winner. That battle was so manly. He nodded at Kirishima's comment and sighed. Nothing bad had happened. Hey, almost everyone turned to Jairu. Isn't Midoriya the one from the rumors at the entrance exam? Which rumors? Oh, you mean the ones about a delinquent kid who attacked his parents. I also heard about that. They called him a demon mastermind. They also said that no one could even look him in the eyes. He is the one from the rumors, but you guys don't understand. Uraraka started only to be cut off by the 4 newcomers. Izuku knew that something was wrong as soon as he got in after the others. He had only been with them, his classmates, for 1.5 days, but he knew that his class was not a silent one. That the silence was not normal, and when all the eyes focused on him, Izuku knew that they knew about everything. He clenched and unclenched his hands, wanting to get out of his outfits that were starting to feel too tight to him. But he ignored it, just like he always did, and went after the trio that was in front of him. Someone coughed. Izuku had no idea who did it, but he found him grateful as everyone looked away and All Might began to talk once again. Well, All Might began after clapping his hands. The EP for this battle is certainly young Mineta. Would anyone want to tell us why? Izuku was glad that it was not himself as he saw the other boy's eyes grow big in disbelief. Well, wait me. Momo raised her hand and All Might allowed her to talk. Although the plan was mostly Midoriya's and both of them were really active during the battle, Midoriya hesitated while fighting with Shinso, most likely letting his emotions get in the way of the fight. Well, that was correct. All Might said and did a thumbs-up motion at Yaoyorozu. Then it was time for the next teams to get ready. It helped Izuku to take his mind off everything that had happened much more than he had thought that it would. He guessed that he should give credit to his classmates because of that, as they were truly interesting. He took side notes in his head to spill in his notebook later during every single match because of how amazing everyone was. The first fight was Yaoyorozu and Uraraka against Ajiru and Hagakure. In the end, the 2 girls won with a perfect plan according to All Might. Izuku had a feeling that there were way too many possibilities to go around that plan and beat the two of them, but decided not to say anything about it. In the end, he found himself considering asking both Hagakure and Yaoyorozu about their costumes during the whole match, but decided against it, not wanting to scare the two away. For the second fight, the winners had been Todoroki and Shuji, who he would admit, had been a bit of an unfair match for Kirishima and Siro. He made a small plan in his head about how he would have proceeded if he had been against both of the groups, and found himself smiling from the inside as he made a quick plan for both sides. He really needed to make another entry for this battle in a whole other notebook, since it seemed as if these kinds of battles were going to be usual. The next match was Kaminari and Jairu against Tokoyami and Tsuyu. He admitted that the way that Kaminari took out Tokoyami with his electricity was utterly amazing. If the boy knew about Dark Shadow's weakness? Izuku later learned that the boy didn't, and that he had only tried to take out the other two with his electricity, which made Izuku sigh from the inside. How could everyone in his class be so self-confident? If the boy had not managed to take out the other two, then Jairu would have been all alone in both defending the bomb and trying to take out the heroes team, which he saw as a bit cruel. The next and last match was the match that he had been waiting to see ever since the beginning of the exercise, and he found himself both relaxing and getting pumped up as Katsuki left with Sato to fight against Ishido, Aoyama, and Kuda. Izuku found the fight to be both smart and brutal, a fight that opened the eyes of everyone in the class. Ever since the beginning, only the villain team had won, making the others somewhat think that the villains had much more privilege during this situation, but as the heroes team, which consisted of only 2 heroes, and the villains team of 3 students went against each other, it certainly cleared up all doubt. The villains team had not won because of the fact that they were villains, they had just been better during the whole exercise. In the end, Izuku had opened different entries in his head both for his classmates and the battles. He found himself being rather proud of himself as he thought about everything that he had recorded in his head during the whole fight. He felt both less stressed and more alive as he exited the room after the others. Midoriya-kun. Ida started and Izuku stopped, both his thoughts and feet, and turned towards the taller boy. "Yes, Ida-san?" he asked, and watched as the boy took a deep breath before pushing his glasses back with his finger. "I am sorry," he started, "but I don't think that you should be in the hero course." Izuku wondered why he had thought that his day would have ended fine after everything that had happened that day, and sighed. He was too used to people telling him that he couldn't be a hero, that he couldn't get into UA, but he found that it still hurt, that there were those who thought that he couldn't be a hero even after that he had gotten in. "I understand, thank you for your input," he said, and turned around, heading to the classroom while trying to get himself ready for the rest of the day. Himiko slammed the door as soon as she got in her room, trying so hard to stop her shaking hands and put away the thoughts about killing all of those SLTs. Her hair was messed up with animal blood, a little bird's blood, a bird that she had found dead on her table at school. She took a deep breath and went to the bathroom to wash the blood of her hair and to forget about everything. As she threaded her hands through her hair, she held back a sob and wished that her Izuku-kun was there with her, to make everything better like he always did, to protect her from both of their demons. She got out of the bathroom after her skin had become red from all the rubbing and her hair a pinkish color, as she had not been able to get rid of all the blood of the small bird, or maybe all of the blood that had colored her hair had been hers, from all the scratching and rubbing that she had done. Himiko's hands reached for her phone almost on instinct, and her shaky hands went to contacts and clicked on Izuku's number with the same fast movements. The phone rang once, twice. "Aizen?" she asked, her voice shaky and her throat aching from the sensation. A humming was heard from the other side and she felt everything break loose. Izuku, I can't do this anymore. They dumped blood all over me in the toilet and I know that it is nothing new, but, Izuku, I found dash." Her speech was cut off by a crash coming from the other side, stopping her every thought. "Izuku, what was that?" she demanded. "There is nothing wrong, don't worry." Another crash was heard and Himiko frowned at how damaged her Izuku's voice had sounded. "Izuku, what was that?" she demanded once again, and heard the other boy sek in a breath. "Nothing important, Mr. Yashiro is just in a bad dash. Where the FCK are you?" Himiko got up and her frown became deeper. "Izuku, tell me your new location." "Himichan, I don't need dash. I'm getting ready to dash." "Himiko," She stopped and dropped her stuff to the side. Himiko, everything is okay? Alright? My door is locked and he probably thinks that I am sleeping anyway. I also did all my chores. Nothing bad happened. She heard Izuku's soft but damaged voice from the other side and felt her heart break as he tried to comfort her. Then, why does your voice sound so bad? She softly asked and heard the other boy sigh. Well, he began and sighed. School was tough. I think that every teacher is out to get me except one of them. They just glare at me almost every chance they have, and I think that our homeroom teacher even tried to ridicule me. Also, I think that everyone knows about the rumors now because someone in the class told me that he thought that I shouldn't be in the hero course. Izuku sighed once again and Himiko felt her sadness turn into anger. Was it always going to go on like this? Those like them, never getting accepted no matter how much they tried? Never getting love after everything that they had gone through? Did they not deserve it after all this time? Himi-chan. She sighed as she heard her Izuku from the other side and wondered how someone could stay sane even after everything that they had been through. Yeah, Izu-chan, I am a bit tired. Can we maybe talk later? Yeah, of course. I deserved better. You hear me? I never deserved to live in this SHT hole of a house with a freak like you. I deserve to live in a mansion, with any woman that I want. With female maids, not a pathetic freak. Open the demon door, you King little beatish. Open it or I swear dash. The line went dead, making Himiko sigh. She picked up her fallen things once again and slowly walked out of the empty corridors of the house. It was a little past 1 a.m. but she found herself not caring, as she put on her coat and got out of the empty cold house. She felt goosebumps all over her skin as the chilly air hit her skin, making her sigh. She hated society, the way that people like her were treated, the way that those like her Izuku were treated, and felt anger rise up inside of her. She had been naive last year when she had applied for UA's hero course. When she had thought that the heroes were there for them, that they had a chance at dreaming. She had been wrong, there was no fairness in the world that they lived in, she would be hated wherever she went, she would never be enough. Because of her quirk, that destroyed everything, she would never get a chance to dream, to live free. She gasped as someone twice her size pulled her from the wrist to an alleyway, trapping her between the wall and the woman's arms. She tried to pull her arm once again and cursed at how weak she felt. The other woman took a hold of her throat, raising her up while making her gasp. Honey, don't worry. It will all end quickly, it will be a nice and quick death. Himiko ignored the woman's words and tried to kick the older, making her growl. You little BTCH. If you just stay still I would have ended it fast. The woman started to say things to her that made her let out a sob. Kill her. Himiko clenched her eyes shut. Drench her. That's it. You just be nice and I won't hurt you at all. She watched as the woman's snake-like tongue came out, giving a small lick to Himiko's cheek. Make them pay. Himiko's eyes shut open, devoid of any emotion as she went forward with all her strength before she bit the older woman, causing her to scream in pain. But it was useless, as Himiko had already turned into the woman, thanks to the woman's blood that was dripping down her lips. Himiko choked the woman before once again biting her, but this time not as Himiko but someone else, the poison that dripped from her temporary snake-like fangs taking its effect on the older woman as Himiko did not care about the hits and kicks she received. For the first time, she watched as someone died in her hands, feeling good at the freeing feeling that she got. She stayed like that for a while, sitting on top of the woman, the blood of the woman covering the floor in a red puddle as it poured from her neck and shoulder where Himiko had bit her. But Himiko didn't care, almost feeling as if she had done a good thing, as if she was somewhat free. A clap was heard making her head bolt up and growl at the newcomer like an animal. Oh, easy there. I was thinking of stepping in earlier but it seemed like you had it under control. A man in his 40s told Himiko, making her squint her eyes. Who are you? What do you want? She growled and the man raised his hands up. Well, most people call me Jiren. The man began. I think that you had potential and wanted to cut you a deal. Have you heard of the hero killer, Stain? He asked and she wearily nodded. Well, the man, Jiren started, of course you do, you are probably one of his followers, because well it seemed like you meant the heroes when you screamed, make them pay, and they have been coming together lately. She stopped for a moment. Stain, the man who was slowly shaking the hero society, the man who had seemed much more like a hero than real-life heroes, the man that was determined to make both fake heroes and fake villains pay. Jiren sighed. Well, I can give you more time, but you need to decide till next week Friday. He said, and she slowly nodded, her mind filled with only one question mark. A question mark that she already knew the answer of, because she was willing to do anything, just to be free. Tsukachi Naomasa sighed as he rested his head against his palms, waiting for his friend to get to the cafe in his weak form. Yagi! He looked up and sighed at the sight of Yagi, his friend who had deemed him trustworthy enough to share all his secrets with. Hey! Yagi began sitting down in front of him. How have you been holding on so far? Better than you, I guess. What's wrong? Yagi sighed. Nothing much, he began, only for Tsukachi to flinch at his lie. Well, actually I wanted for you to look into one of my students, it is really important. Who is it? A boy named Izuku Midoriya. Alright, is he causing problems and stuff? Nedzu and the others are planning on expelling him at his smallest mistake. Tsukachi stared at his friend, his eyes growing wide. His records say that he is a problem maker, a monster, even a delinquent, a gang member, but he trailed off, making Tsukachi sigh. You don't believe them? Because the boy is too good. Yagi began to say, his voice rising, causing Tsukachi to sigh once. Again, he is a genius, he is so kind, he runs into trouble without caring about the consequences, he even knew of my secret but was able to hide it till now. Tsukachi sighed once again at the new knowledge. Okay, he began, may I ask what his quirk is then? It dash. Naomasa, the boy is quirkless? He stared at his friend because somehow those 4 words were enough, because somehow, he understood. Okay, well, I will be going since I need to look at a few files. I will be doing my research thoroughly so you don't need to worry at all. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Don't mention it. I have seen way too many suicide cases this last year from quirkless kids. It will be a plus of weekend this time. Tsukachi watched, as Yagi stiffened at what he had said before relaxing once again. Yeah, I will do my best to protect the kid. With that, Tsukachi left, a smile on his face. He expected Yagi to keep his promise till the end. After all, he had not been lying. N-T-A-M, S-H, H-Y-P-M, N-K-M, STGT, CSRG, YTML. Ya, Ma, Ta, Ti, OU, MO, DK, EK, KK, RS, MS, KJ, HS, FT, ST, Teach, KB, MM, My, HS, NM, 1B, MD, NH, Ta, MH, EFMJ, KH, KSO, TTFG, SSM, Key, E, RTPB, TSR, YCT, TII, MSSN, KBG, NT, THIS, TSDS, IFO, HTT, TTD, KCA. Izuku sighed as he rolled his shoulder. As he got ready for school, the bandage seemed to peek out from underneath his uniform every time that he moved, making him sigh in annoyance. He groaned as he fixed it once again, feeling irritated as he saw the purple fingerprints on his neck, which he couldn't cover, no matter what he tried. He went to the bag that was full of his clothes and sighed again as he put on a black turtleneck that could be seen underneath his school clothes. It was tight, but he didn't want anyone to know, so he put on his school, trying to ignore the way that his body ached with every movement, every breath. He was glad that the man had somehow avoided his face last night. He silently put on his shoes and picked up his backpack, being careful as he gently settled his backpack on his shoulders, and he left the house. It took him longer to get to the station, but it was still not slow enough for him to miss his train and for him to be late for school. Izuku didn't know if he should be relieved because of that or filled with dread. He slowly got on the train and sighed as he found the place that he usually sat on. He felt tired as he took his place, much more tired than usual. He took out his hero analysis notebook, as he had not had any time to study for that day's notes, thanks to Mr. Yashitoru. He had done a fair amount of research about his classmates when he had gone to the library and decided to look over them. He had yet to see his other teachers, his other threats, in action, so he still had a blank space for their profiles. He opened the first page that he had dedicated to Class 1 as quirks and looked at the first page, which was dedicated to Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu's quirk was absolutely amazing. But the way that the girl could create anything was also dangerous, not only for the society but also for herself, as she would most likely be seen as an easy prey and her kidnappers could ask her for anything. He wondered if she could make everything with her quirk. Next to the girl's drawing stood weapon designs. He guessed that it would be best if she got something to protect, like maybe a whip? Or something that had electricity and that could easily knock her opponents out. Just so that she wasn't utterly defenseless after eating all her stuff in her utility belt and after working so much. She would also most likely need a supplement other than her small snacks that he had gotten a glance at during the whole exercise. Things such as jelly packs, vitamin supplements, if she ever got stuck somewhere for a long time, and of course water packs. He guessed that they would be a bit heavy, but the girl was not weak. He was sure that they wouldn't slow her down. He turned 2 pages, having spared them for when he got more info on the girl. Uraraka's quirk, anti-gravity. He had heard the others call her quirk that way, but he thought that it was something else, so he would call it float. A quirk that left way too many questions unanswered. Her quirk would have been so useful for rescue missions and would most likely also help her in stealth and all. He wondered if there was a limit to her quirk, if she could really make the things float away and away, or if they stopped after a time. Would something small that she floated return once again after she stopped using her quirk? Where was the ball that she had floated during the practical test, since she wasn't focusing on it at that moment? Would she be able to make herself float too? He had seen things only rise and float a couple of times during the exercise, and he knew for sure that her quirk couldn't be anti-gravity. Anti-gravity would have made those things float to the ceiling. Under that section, he had, once again, designed a utility belt along with a bracelet to lessen the effect of her nausea every time she overused her quirk. It would also most likely help her if she had things like dust, small objects, and such with her when she went out in missions, as it would have helped her with certain attacks along with self-protection. He had a drawing of her on the next page, which also had the names of the pro-heroes that were similar to her. He turned the page, coming to Hagecure's invisibility quirk. Hagecure's quirk just made him scowl once again, as he needed to remind himself that the girl was naked, which was utterly idiotic. Why had no one told her that she could use her hair to make an outfit for herself? That got him scoffing once again. Because of her being invisible, she fought naked, which also meant that she most likely had no way of defending herself against absolutely anything. She had no weapons, no clothes, absolutely nothing stopping her from getting injured during winter or even fire outbreaks, and she was most likely also fighting bare feet, meaning more injuries. And if her blood was also invisible, then he was certain that she would be in great danger. He turned to another page, coming to Ajuru's entry. Ajuru was the most powerful person that he saw out of the 4 of them, with his tail, which made him wonder how strong. It was, could it break through cement? Could it break through metal if the boy wanted? And how did the boy keep control of it in public places, since it was really big and all? He found himself being somewhat relaxed, as he knew that the boy was already skilled in different types of martial arts to be able to use his quirk much more efficiently. The boy might need extra balance though, because of his tail, or maybe even so more strength. He heard his phone go off and sighed as he checked his alarm, which informed him that he should get off now. He quickly left the bus and put his notebook in his backpack, before slowly walking to school. He hoped that it would end up being a slow day, with no problems. Once again, his bad luck seemed to want to remind him of its presence, making Izuku groan from the inside. He wanted to turn around as soon as he saw the front of the entrance. Nope, he was not doing this. He was not, absolutely not. He went to the side and took off his school jacket, putting it in his backpack as he started to go forwards. He was so close to the safety of the school, when someone pulled him by his arm, causing him to hiss from the inflict. Hey, how are All Might's classes? He felt a microphone being pushed at his face, and Izuku backed away a bit. He began, only to get cut off by another reporter. Hey, you are the kid that the others talk about as a freak. Oh, is he the Mikuma? I heard that he was a demon, a monster. Mikuma? Someone asked, making Izuku flinch at the familiar nickname. Sorry, I need to go, Izuku said and tried to go forward, only for someone to pull him back by his backpack. Is it true that the Mikuma is quirkless? Izuku averted his eyes. Can you please let go of my backpack? I need to get to Siladash. We are not allowed in, but someone like you is? Ridiculous. The same brown-haired woman yelled, and Izuku stiffened. No, he had earned his spot. But had he really, when everyone else seemed to try to assist? What the hell are you extras even doing here blocking the way? Izuku looked at Katsuki and felt himself internally sigh, before escaping the crowd and getting past the school gates. What do you think about the Mikuma being in the same school as you? Do you go to All Might's class? Can you tell us about how he is in his free time? Did the Mikuma only get accepted so that the heroes could keep a better eye on him? Can you tell us your thoughts about Dash? Someone began, but the explosive blonde growled and passed by the reporter, ripping through the crowd in seconds. Thanks. Izuku muttered and went ahead, with the questions of the reporters ringing in his head, while not wanting the reporters, the hungry sharks who always found the mother of all rumors, to think that he was close to Katsuki in any kind of way. Good work on yesterday's combat training. Aizawa-sensei began to say, I saw the video and results. You guys are all talented, so don't let yourselves get swayed away by your emotions during combat like a kid. Izuku looked down, realizing what the man had said was meant for him. Now let's get down to homeroom business. That was enough to make the whole mood of the class dampen, their sensei continued. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you decide on a class representative. Izuku held back a chuckle by the way that the whole mood rose up once again. It seemed like only one sentence from their sensei was enough to change the mood anyway that the men wished. Pick me. I want to be a class representative. Me too. I want to do it too. It's a job made for M-. I'll be the leader. My manifesto is for shorter skirts. He sent a look at the grape-haired boy, who then had the decency to look sheepish. Well, only if the girls want it too? Let me do it. Silence, please. Ida began, making everyone listen to him. It's a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Izuku let out a stifle at how high the navy-haired boy's hand was and looked away, knowing that he had nothing to do with this conversation. As soon as he got his paper, Izuku wrote down Yaoyorozu's name and gave it away. He had normally planned on voting for Katsuki but decided against it, knowing that the boy was cut out for it, but he would most likely be irritated after some time and would scare the others instead of leading them. He sighed and looked away as the class decided on the class rep. In the end, half of the class had gotten only one vote, while Azui, Aoyama, Katsuki, Mineta, Uraraka, Shinso, Todoroki had gotten 0 votes, meaning that they had given their votes away to someone else. He sighed and held back the urge to hit his head against the desk as he saw the 3 winners that had gotten more than 1 vote. Ida had gotten 2 votes, Yaoyorozu had gotten 4 votes, and he sighed. How the hell had he managed to get 4 votes? Just how? He looked back at the ones that had gotten 0 votes and wanted to slam his head against the table once again. He knew who had voted for him and he felt his eyes twitch at the idea of it. Okay, this was not going to happen. Both got 4 votes? Their sensei rose up from his sleeping bag. Surprising, now shall we do voting between the 2 then? Izuku sighed and raised his hand. He had thought that there must have been a mistake, but it made absolute sense when he thought about the 4 idiots who had chosen him, the 4 who he had been trying so hard to push away. Sensei? He asked and saw the man's eyebrow twitch before nodding. May I decline my position? Very well. The man sighed somewhat relieved. Then Yaoyorozu will be the class rep and Ida will be the deputy class rep. Well, I think that will be nice. Yeah, we can totally agree that they will make a good duo. And that was that, the last comment before their sensei had exited their class, for Midnight to enter instead. It was pretty normal after that, but the media had yet to give up. By lunchtime, Izuku was feeling hungry, his last meal having been his small snack that had been made by All Might from the day before. He had even thought about going to Lunch Rush's entry but decided against it as soon as he saw the crowd both inside and in front of it. Instead of going to the cafeteria, he went to the toilet stall to check out his injuries, before planning on getting water from his backpack. and refilling it. It was a nice plan, a plan that would both stop his stomach from being whiny and would also allow him to check out his situation. The plan was ruined as soon as he heard the alarms ring out on his way to the bathroom, and everyone in the cafeteria rushed out, making him both panic and drop his bottle on the floor, which got swallowed up by the crowd in an instant, making his eyes go wide. He bent down and tried to find his water bottle, while being pushed around, and realized how dangerous his situation really was as he got pushed against the wall by someone's quirk. Someone else's hand swiped against his uniform, somehow melting the top of his uniform and the higher abdomen part of his black turtleneck, making him gasp. Izuku pushed his back against the wall after not being able to locate his water bottle. Once again someone bumped into him. His small body was pushed further away from his destination, making him curl into himself to make himself smaller, feeling much more trapped as his breathing became labored. He had lost his water bottle. He had lost his 5th water bottle that Mr. Yashitoro had bought him after disciplining him. He didn't want the man to spend money on him, for him to discipline Izuku for breaking one of his promises once again. He couldn't. His hands rose to his chest to pull his turtleneck, to breathe, but felt himself panic even more as soon as his hands met with bare, bumpy, and scarred skin, making him aware of the fact that his school uniform was melted once again, that it was destroyed. Which meant Mr. Yashitoro wasting more money on him, meaning more discipline, meaning more pain, more scars, missing SCO. He thought about his homeroom teacher's cold gaze, and how the other teachers treated him, thought about. He couldn't miss school, he couldn't be expelled, he couldn't lose one of his only reasons for living, just when things had begun to look better. Izuku gasped as tears clouded his eyesight, and he clenched and unclenched his hands as someone pushed him against the wall once again. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. Nito was irritated by the whole situation as he took in the crowd, feeling disgusted by how much everyone was freaking out as none of their teachers had even told them that it was an emergency in the beginning. But he guessed that there was some fun in the chaos as he took in the disheveled looks that every single student in the school had, except a couple who seemed like they were aware of the situation. He had touched a pink-haired girl, so he was able to see that the problem was the press who had somehow gotten past Yue's entrance. He knew that he should have probably done something, but it had seemed like the engine boy from his rival class was already planning something. His rival class, Class 1A, was filled with those who saw themselves above everyone else, those who were so sure of themselves no matter what happened. Nito scanned the crowd to see if there were any of his classmates in danger, and sighed when he saw that all of them were fine. He was about to turn around when his eyes settled on a green-haired boy who had been sandwiched against the crowd and the wall. His first reaction was to laugh at how pathetic the boy had seemed and that it was fit for Class 1A to be like that before he realized that the boy was gasping for breath. That was all it took for him to act. He knew that he would most likely hate himself for doing this in the future, but still dived through the crowd before taking a hold of the boy's arm and dragging him to the toilet. Nito wanted to laugh at the boy for panicking because of the press, but stopped at the sight of the pointal scar on the boy's chest along with the finger marks on his neck. That was when he looked at the green-haired boy, really looked at him, and felt his breath stop in his chest at the boy's undone bandages along with his panicked eyes. Nito softened his voice, for the first time in his life, and got on his knees in front of the boy, as the green head moved away from him and rested his back against the walls of the toilet. "Hey!" Nito began and watched as the boy whimpered. "I'm so sorry, I won't lose it again," the boy cried out, and Nito found himself looking at the boy once again. His bandage on his neck was undone, letting him see the faint fingerprints on the boy's neck, and the boy's ripped clothes revealed both a greenish and purplish bruise, making Nito gulp. "Please, I won't make you waste anything on me again," the green-haired boy cried out once again, and Nito closed his eyes for a second. This was not how things were supposed to go, he told himself. He was supposed to hate Class 1A from the beginning of the year, till the end of it, and this BSD in front of him was one of those overpowered BS. So why did he have to? The purple fingerprints that decorated white pale skin on his neck, the pointal wounds on his chest. "I won't make you waste anything on me again." Nito opened his eyes and took a hold of the green-haired boy's hands and placed them on the cold floor, looking into the traumatized kid's frantic eyes. "You are not with that betard, you are in one of the bathrooms," The greenhead's eyes became a bit clear and Nito squeezed his hands tighter. UUA? Yeah, the press managed to get in and I pulled you here when I realized that you were having a panic attack. Is that what they are called? Yeah, Nito frowned. How does he not know what they were called? I'm sorry that I bothered you with this. Nito frowned harder at that and combed his blonde hair with his hands. He sure did not sound like a bee that was full of himself. Did the class start yet? In a bit. I need to go. The boy said, but Nito took a hold of the boy's arm, making him flinch once again. Like this? Nito asked, his eyes trailing the boy's body, and sighed as the boy's eyes shook as he took in his outfit, his hands flying to his neck to cover up his bruise. Don't worry, I might be mean but not mean enough to go ahead and tell others of your scars. Nito began and took off his school jacket. But it might still be for the best if you put on my jacket on the way to Recovery Girl. I'm not planning on dash. Oh, you sure that you want to have that kind of conversation right now and be more late to class? I can't go to dash. There is no I can't to this, it is yes or yes. No, I'll be going to class before the others and changing into my PE uniform before class starts. And then what? You plan on only wearing that for this year? I'll manage somehow. That was not an option either, we're going to Recovery Girl's office. What's it to you? The green-haired boy yelled out into the silent WC, making him momentarily back away in surprise, before feeling pure anger. He was just like every other overpowered BSTRD. I don't need to worry about you during lessons. Are you that selfish that you will go make others worry about you? Right after those words left his mouth, Nito knew that they had been cruel, but ignored it and sighed once again, nudging the boy with his jacket. Nito watched as the other boy also sighed and put Mito's jacket on, somehow being swallowed up by it. The boy took a deep breath and Nito watched as every ounce of emotion left the boy's face and a blank look took its place. It made him both scared of and scared for the boy. Thank you, Monoma. Thank you, Monoma-san, the greenhead sighed once again. I shall go to Recovery Girl's office now. And I am supposed to go to class and leave you like this? I'll return your jacket to your class when I can. So you do plan for me to leave? Well, you don't know me. I still gave you my jacket, which I would never give to anyone. You can take it back right now if you want. And you plan to leave the bathroom like that? The greenhead sighed once again before looking at him with shaking and tired eyes that were begging to Nito to just give up. Monoma-san, please, I am really tired, and aside from that, I'm not who you think that I am. You helped me and said that you wouldn't tell anyone about this, so thank you very much, but being with me won't bring you anything, it won't work in your favor. There are rumors about me, rumors that make everyone wary about me, and I don't want someone that helped me to be caught up in it. With that, Nito watched as the boy left the toilet. It took him a moment to take in everything that the boy had said before he felt a smirk cover his face, realizing who the greenhead had been. He ran out of the bathroom and ran towards Midoriya, who was slowly walking in the wrong direction towards the Recovery Girl's office. Hey, Mikuma-kun! He yelled after the boy, knowing that there was no one that would be bothered by their screamings near where they were. Mikuma, the rumored devil, the demon who was responsible for way too many cruel things. Nito ran up to him. Mikuma, who was Quirkless. The greenhead had a troubled look on his face as he looked at him, and Nito sighed. Monoma-san, Mikuma began to say, before sighing, why? I had a feeling that you didn't know which way Recovery Girl's office was, and I guess I was right. After all, no one in Class 1A would be able to find anywhere by themselves. Do you have a grudge against my class or something? I don't like anyone in Class 1A. They are all so full of themselves, always feeling so sure of themselves. Nito answered, and the green-haired boy looked at the ceiling. Well, Mikuma began, I get where you come from. Nito turned towards him, feeling something akin to wonder as he looked at the boy who had such a sad expression in his eyes, who looked like he had already given up. That look disappeared in a second, a look of neutrality taking its place. Nito smirked, feeling like he had hit jackpot when he had helped the boy. I think, Nito waited till the boy turned towards him, that we are going to be really good accomplices. I thought that you said you hated everyone in Class 1A? Well, I can make exceptions. I also think that I told you about the rumors? Well, I don't think that they matter as long as they are wrong, do they? Well, they mattered to everyone else, so I dash. Mikuma stopped and looked at Nito, glaring at him. So I was right, they are just baseless rumors. Does that even matter? Rumors can ruin someone's life. I don't really want to ruin the life of someone who helped Dash. Well, you won't. Nito sighed as they turned another corner, their destination now in their eyesight. A lot of others are already wary of me, thanks to my quirk and loud personality. I'm sorry, that's not fair to you. That's how it is, no need to have any hard feelings about it. Nito glanced at Midoriya. Why don't you tell others that they are just rumors? Well, we are not that close to tell each other our living styles, are we? Stingy bitudi. I mean, you don't even know my name. Wait, Mikuma is not your name? Mikuma means Midoriya plus Akuma, it is a nickname. Izuku sighed after 10 seconds of awkward silence. It's surprising how many things have happened in only 4 days. Mikuma, no, Midoriya said, and Nito found himself agreeing, as he would have never expected to meet the so-called fake demon this early on. Nito stopped in front of the door and knocked, making Midoriya stiffen. Izuku took in a deep breath as he heard someone tell them that they could come in from the inside. On instinct, he fixed his clothes and took in a deep breath, watching as the other boy waited for him to tell him that he was ready. What are you two here for now? The elderly woman said, making Izuku gulp and think about leaving. The hand that settled on his wrist stopped him. Hi, Miss Recovery Girl. The old woman peeked out from the other side of the curtains. Izuku watched as she dropped the file in her hands. I think that it might be better if I leave, Izuku muttered, but the grip on his arm grew heavier and the pro-hero scoffed. Such nonsense. Come sit down and let me take a look at you. Izuku felt his mouth form a thin line at that. I need to ask something before that. What can be more important than Dash? Are there any cameras in this room? No. Can you swear secrecy? That everything will stay in this room. Izuku had read a few articles on the woman before and knew that she didn't hate those like him, that she respected her patients and their private lives. He knew that he could trust her. He had also thought that he could have trusted Eraserhead. He had thought that he could have trusted Heroes, but he had guessed wrong. He sighed. It was too late to turn back now. She had already seen some of his scars. I am supposed to give every detail concerning your health to your guardians. But other than that, yes, there will be no information given to your teachers. Izuku wondered how long it would take him to break. It had only been 4 days, and he had already failed way too many times in way too many categories. He sent a look at the other boy and Monoma sighed, somewhat understanding. Izuku's request. I'm going to class now, since I don't think that it will be that realistic if I tell them that I was helping someone from class 1A. Izuku just nodded and went to give the other boy his jacket back, only for him to shake his head. No need, I will take it from you tomorrow during lunchtime. But Dash, Izuku began, wanting to tell him that he never went to the cafeteria, that he would never go to the cafeteria, but the boy was already gone, making Izuku sigh before turning to look at the older woman who had been watching the two of them like a hawk. One problem at a time, he reminded himself. One problem at a time. He sighed once again as he felt the retired pro-hero's eyes roam his body, searching for other visible scars. Miss? He asked, and the women's eyes met his, making him sigh. So no teacher will hear about anything that I tell you here? As long as you don't want it to get out, yes. If it is a bullying incident, I can inform the teachers on your request. But if I don't want any of the teachers to hear about this, my guardian will be the only person to hear about this? Yes, as they dash. Izuku cut her off. What if I give you a reason that you can't tell them? The woman stopped and Izuku sighed. He should have not come here. He should have not agreed to Monoma even if he had begged that much. Miss, do you know how I can get a new uniform? I need to get to class soon but dash. Wait, what did you mean when you said dash? I'm sorry, miss, but it is something between my guardian and me, and it is something only my guardian can dash. Young boy. Izuku was cut off by the nurse. He looked at her stern expression and sighed, wanting to just give up so badly. The day had been already too horrible. He hadn't gotten any sleep last night. He had had nothing to eat in the last 24 hours. Mr. Yashitoru had used him as a punching bag. He had been called out to by the reporters, and just when he had thought that he could relax, the accident with the press had happened, causing him to lose his water bottle, which would make Mr. Yashitoru absolutely furious. His clothes had gotten ripped, he had broken down in front of someone, and his scars had been discovered by 2 others. On top of it all, he was late to class, which had him becoming much more anxious. And now he was supposed to believe in Recovery Girl, who he couldn't help but doubt after his image of the others had been ruined like that. He didn't want or need his image of one of his heroes becoming destroyed once again. Chio stared at the boy as he closed his eyes for a moment before sighing. How can I trust you? What can I trust you with? You can trust me to heal you. That's not enough. Chio sighed once again. What else do you need? She found herself asking, wanting to get rid of the bubbling anxiety in her chest. The boy was hurt, that was for sure. He refused to be healed by her, and it made her much more anxious than she would want to feel like. Promise me that this won't reach my guardian's ears and that you won't ever ask me the reason that I got them and who I got them from. Her eyes trailed his body before she sighed. She had seen enough, and even if she wanted to ask how he had gotten scars that bad to stop the source of pain, she couldn't, and it broke her at what he was asking of her. She had no idea who this boy was, or what she was getting into, but she sighed. Chio had to help him, but how could she help someone who didn't want to be helped? And the way that the boy said it made her feel worse. She gulped, knowing what she had to do, what she could do. All right, I promise to keep all of this between the 2 of us and that I won't ask about who you got them from, as long as you promise to come here at least once a day. But No, but this is the best offer that I can give you. She tried her best to hold her ground as she saw the way that the boy's green eyes shook. The small boy sighed tiredly, seeming like he had given up. All right, can I also ask where I can get a new pair of school uniform? I don't think that I can use this. She sighed and nodded. After I take care of you, she stated. Now care to take off your uniform? She watched as he stood still for a moment, before moving to the place that she had emptied for him and sat down. Well. He sighed and in a swift move took out Monoma's jacket before taking out his ripped upper uniform along with his turtleneck, making the woman frown. She held back herself from asking where he had gotten all those scars and felt her eyes tear up at the sight of all of them. The boy was too young, too small for all of those scars. He wasn't even a hero yet, and that made her heart ache much, much more. No one should have to go through something like that, not even the most horrible person on earth. And Miss Recovery Girl? She cleared her throat to stop her voice from breaking. Yes, she asked, and the boy fidgeted. When will I be able to go back to class? She felt her mouth form a firm line at how ridiculous the boy had sounded. Just how could the boy think of going to class after this? He was already too skinny that she wasn't even sure if her quirk would be able to work properly, and he was expecting to go to class like this? Give me your name and the name of your homeroom teacher. I will be calling him to tell him that you won't be able to join the classes for the rest of the day. The boy shot up. Why can't? I need to get to class or dash. No, she sent a glare his way and watched as the boy sat back down. Please don't. If you go to class now, it will only raise questions. She looked at the boy and watched as all of the fight left the boy. It's only been 4 days, he mumbled, and she felt her eyes soften. My name is Izuku Midoriya, she stiffened, and my homeroom teacher is Mr. Aizawa-sensei. She clenched her phone, her eyes trailing the boy's scars once again. He is like a wild animal, a monster, so please Chio-sen, tell me if he ever comes to the infirmary so I can take care of him. She sent the boy a smile, before leaving the room, her phone in her shaking hands. Her hands shook as she dialed the number. Shugenzi-sen, is everything all right? Can you swear secrecy? That everything will stay in this room. How can I trust you? What can I trust you with? You can trust me to heal you. That's not enough. Chio took in a deep breath, understanding what the boy had meant as she decided on what to say. Aizawa. I called to tell you that Izuku came to my ohe-dash. She got cut off by the sound of something falling. From the other side, which was enough to somehow make her furious, knowing that the younger hero was not hurrying out of his worry of something happening to the small boy, but out of hurry so that he did not miss any chances if the boy ever got in trouble. He got a bit injured because of what happened with the press, she stated, without feeling any guilt as she lied to Aizawa, the boy that she had seen run down the corridors in his teenage years, so I sent him home to rest. Oh, the man said, and she felt herself become sick at it. Sick of the principal and everyone else. Sick of herself for agreeing to tell Nedzu when the kid came to her office. Yeah, I also gave him another pair of the school's uniforms because they got ripped during the accident. Alright, is that all? Why the hell are you not asking how he is? Why the hell are you not asking about your student's well-being? She gulped and lied easily, yes, that is all. Have a nice day, Aizawa. You too, Shigenzi-san. The line went dead and she sighed before opening the door to find Izuku Midoriya, the so-called demon, looking at him with innocent eyes while making it obvious that he had been listening to the whole thing. You didn't tell him? She put on a sad smile and sighed, yes, I didn't. Young man, I would like it if you had more faith in me after my promise. Now shall we take a look at your scars? The boy stared off into space before slowly nodding, much to her relief. She picked up bandages along with special ornaments for the boys and sighed as she sat in front of him. Ooh, the boy began to say, you can't ask who gave them to me, but... He trailed off, so she finished it for him. I can ask how you got them? She guessed, and the boy nodded. Well, that is good, since I would need to figure it out to take care of them for the next 3 years, and maybe even longer. He opened his mouth before giving a stiff nod. So where did these come from? She asked, touching the small puncture scars on his shoulder. A quirk which gave its user thorned hands. She did her best to hide her feelings from the boy as she went on to the next one. This one, her hands trailed the place close to his lower right abdomen. It looked like a burn scar that had been made with a triangle-shaped thing. An iron. She stopped for a second, trying her best to keep her composure, at the idea of the boy in front of her being burned with an iron a long time ago. Then she continued as she both bandaged the boy's neck scar and her hands trailed his other scars. These? Her hands trailed the deep lines on his other shoulder, and to her surprise, this time he smiled as if he was recalling a nice memory. The claws of 3 very scared cats. She sighed and heard the boy let out a sad chuckle. Her hand trailed to another scar, making him sigh. Jumping into the fire. She felt a sad smile cover her face at his expression. After a while, her hands trailed a big gash in his chest, making him flinch. The scar on his chest, that was almost covering his whole abdomen. A beer bottle, he answered with a shaky breath, and she stopped asking after that and focused on bandaging him. She was only able to heal the fingerprints on his neck, knowing too well that if she healed him anymore, he might not wake up. She tried her best to ignore the other pointal scars that were on his back, that looked so similar to the one on his chest, the wound that trailed up from underneath his pants till his belly button, most likely from someone with an electricity quirk, the scar on his lower back, one that had been most likely made by a knife wound, the small circular burn marks which made her think of cigarette burns that were everywhere along with the lines that covered his wrists, the word freak written on his upper arm, which made her want to just hug him, to let him cry on her shoulder. She didn't ask because she already knew how they were made, and a part of her didn't want to make the boy break further than he already had been broken that day. But she knew too well that one of the reasons was because she knew that she wouldn't be able to keep a professional face if she heard their stories from the boy's mouth. N-T-A-M, S-H, H-Y-P-M, N-K-M, S-T-G-T, C-S-R-G, Y-T-M-L. Ya, ma, ta, T-I, O-U, M-O-D-K, Ek, K-K, R-S, M-S, K-J, H-S, F-T, S-T, Teach, K-B, M-M, My, H-S, N-M, 1-B, M-D, N-H, Ta, M-H, E-F-M-J, K-H, K-S-O, T-T-F-G, S-S-M, Key, E, R-T-P-B, T-S-R, Y-C-T, T-I-I, M-S-S-N, K-B-G, N-T, This, T-S-D-S, If-O, H-T-T, T-T-D, K-C. Izuku sighed as he closed the door to recovery girls, rushing to get to class. Somehow it felt weird to him to start the day with no injuries at all, and it made him think if everyone else had this leisure, this thing that they took granted for every single day. To not feel pain with every step, to not be in pain. He sighed and entered the class, going to his seat with silent but big steps as his classmates chatted with each other, not even realizing him as he passed by them. Somehow he found himself being grateful for it and sighed, placing his head on his desk and looking at the blonde boy's jacket. He had no idea of what to think of Monoma, who hated everyone in Class 1A because of their strong quirks and because of the way that they looked down on many others. Izuku guessed that many thought about them like that, because none of them had joined the opening ceremony, thanks to their sensei, other than that they sat huddled up with each other for the whole day, and he must have thought that they liked the attention from what Ida had done the day before. So was the reason that he liked him was because he. Izuku sighed when he saw his teacher, Midnight Sensei, enter the class and shook his head. He would give the other boy his jacket and then he would not talk to him ever again. The boy had helped him get out of being most likely getting trampled, he had stopped his panic attack, he had taken him to Recovery Girl. Izuku had learned a lot of things, but someone couldn't do a nice thing without expecting anything back. Everything came with a price. That was something that he had learned at the young age of 9, thanks to an experience, and he wasn't going to make that knowledge go to waste. Izuku would return the blonde boy's jacket, ask him what he wanted, and that would be it, the end. He looked back at the board and sighed, knowing that he should at least try to listen, just so that he could avoid the woman's gazes that seemed to settle on him every single assignment that they got. The next 2 lessons went fast, leaving him with some kind of relief at it. He took a note to thank the woman later and turned out of the window as Mike Sensei repeated a sentence once again. He found himself daydreaming after that, of another world, where he was not hated and where he became a great hero that was able to save those that the society had thrown away. Nito groaned and slammed his head against the table once again in both annoyance and irritation. He should have went to the Greenheads class, should have dragged him to the cafeteria, should have made him sit down and eat, should have. This is unusual, Kendo began to say, making him groan once again. I thought that you would have had things to say about how dumb everyone had acted during the accident with the press yesterday, not just mope around, Yui added, and try to become even dumber. He turned his head to his side and made an offended face, before getting up and slamming his hands on the table. That BSC, I'm gonna drag him here and chain him to the chair next Monday. Juzo just tilted his head to the side, making Nito groan even more. Stingy B, he groaned and debated going to Class 1A to drag the boy, before deciding against it as he was most likely sleeping. What is it with you all of a sudden? Tsubura asked, and he turned to his 7 friends. I asked a kid from 1A to join me for lunch today. He groaned once again and slammed his hands to his face, groaning. Wait, 1A? Tetsu began to say, man, are you getting over your hate for 1A? So Manel dash, Nito wouldn't have the gray-haired boy finishing his awful sentence idea, so he held his hand up. I did not fall that low, that's something that will never happen. Sue, Kawaro began, waving his hand while taking a bite out of his sandwich. What? You asked him to come to Dash. He is not like those BSers, all right? He is the guy that I took to the infirmary yesterday, and when I told him about my feelings about 1, he said that he understood. I thought that you had made someone up yesterday? Yui said, making Monoma point a threatening finger towards her. So the only reason that you want him here is Dash, Kendo began, sighing in annoyance. Because he understood you? Juzo finished for her and Nito dramatically placed his hand on his chest. No, of course not, he is not just some outcast. He stopped and looked down before sighing. Well, maybe he is, but that is not the reason. He is smart, has his ideals right, and he is quirkless. Wait, he looked at Tetsu, whose eyes had become big. You mean to tell me that there is a quirkless boy in 1A? No. Juzo began, and Nito felt a feeling of irritation bubble inside of him at the way that the boy's face scrunched. He means the demon boy, Maikum Dash. His name is not Emik Uma, he growled, making all of them back away for a second. Nito was mostly laid back, and a person who liked to joke around, so it surprised them to an extent to see him act so aggressive. His name is Midoriya, that is a nickname that others gave him, a nickname that others made, just like all those fake rumors. Silence covered the whole table, making Nito sigh. Sword Dash, he began to say, only to be cut off by the bright orange-haired girl. I don't think that there is anything to apologize about, right? He looked at them and saw Tetsu pump his fist against an imaginary thing. Agreed. It's really manly if you ask me. To be protecting a friend and fixing the unfair things said about him. That made Nito smirk, knowing that he had been right. His group of friends were not like those BS Sardes, not even close. He sighed and sat back down, once again starting to eat, while thinking of a plan to drag the boy to the cafeteria, even going as far as planning on going into Class 1A without picking a fight with one of those overpowered BSs. In the end, Izuku couldn't go to the cafeteria and decided to return the boy's jacket after school. His nerves caused him to spend another lunch break in the toilet before he returned back to his classroom for class. It made him somehow glad, however, and he hoped that the boy would push him to the side as ungrateful and hate him in the end, so that he didn't get tangled in his rumors. Izuku would never be able to go into the cafeteria, where everyone in the whole school was, where it was easiest for others to see him if he didn't calculate his step right. He sighed and gathered his stuff, before putting them in his backpack, to get ready for the next lesson. Till now, his favorite teacher had been All Might, but he guessed that it was expected after the man had told him that he could be a hero, that he could do it, that he would be waiting for him at UA, and as he had went as far as eating with him during lunch break. He didn't like. Or maybe that wasn't the right way to word it. He was most wary of Midnight and Cementos, along with Eraserhead, who he had done a lot of analysis on ever since the school had opened. Mike Sensei was weird, as he almost acted neutral towards him, not sending him any glares or not seeming to target him all the time, while also making sure that he acted closer to the other students. Quirk-wise, he was afraid of Midnight the most, as she could make him faint if he took a single wrong step, along with Cementos, who could just create a small prison for him, trap him, make him suffo. Izuku shook his head at his thoughts. Even though they hated him, he knew that thinking about them like that was unfair. They were not villains, they were heroes. But he wasn't a villain either. He got out of his head as he heard the bell, just then realizing that all of his classmates had come to class. He thought about who he had a lesson with and felt himself brighten up by the idea of All Might, who would not be asking him the most hardest questions, who would not be ignoring him, and who would not be glaring at him every second. But as always, fate hated Izuku Midoriya. Izuku had been looking forward to another lesson with All Might, but as always, he was not that lucky. He wished that the ground just opened and swallowed him whole. No one would care about him going missing anyway, except Toga. He cursed himself for the idea of leaving her and looked back at his homeroom teacher. For today's hero basic training, Aizawa-sensei began to say, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me and one more person. At least All Might was still going to be there and maybe the other hero wouldn't be that bad. He didn't want to be disappointed, but his encounter with Recovery Girl had lighted up another spark of hope inside of him, hope that the heroes were not too far gone, that he himself was not too far gone. Excuse me, Ciro interrupted, what'll we be doing? The man held up a card, which said, Rescue, in bold blue color, disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Rescue? Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time too. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble. No one can beat me in water, Caro. Hey, I'm not done, the pro hero said, making everyone jump. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Because there are some certain people who asked for costumes that limit their abilities. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. Izuku looked at the ground as the man left, not being sure what to feel. It felt reassuring to think that he would also be working on his rescue skills, but it also made him freak out whenever he thought that the black-haired man would be there with them. He sighed and got to his case, which had his utility belt, and sighed again before leaving to go to the toilet to change into his PD clothes. As soon as he got out, he sighed at how loud Ida was yelling to get everyone's attention, only to stop when Yaoyorozu whispered something in his ear, which made him fully stop. He decided not to bother with where he sat and waited for everyone to get on before getting on himself. He guessed that he should have expected it, for the bus to be made for 20 students. Midoriya, his teacher began, causing him to turn towards him with dread filling his insides. Sit next to me. And that was that. No room left for any arguments, no room left for any discussion as he sat next to Eraserhead on the window side. Izuku softly placed his head on the window, letting himself relax as his eyes fluttered close. Ochako sighed as she watched outside of the window, listening to the small exchange made by her classmates. Is there something wrong, Uraraka? Ashido asked and Ochako sighed. Her eyes went to the green head in front of the bus before turning towards the pink girl. Ashido-chan, she began, causing the girl to fully turn towards her. Do you think that the rumors about Midoriya-kun are true? Well, he is a good fighter and he controlled the situation really well during the battle, but I never talked to him, so I have no way of being sure, I guess. You don't? Another sigh left the brunette. I don't know. Now that I think about it, don't you think that the teachers are acting cold towards him too? Ochako slowly nodded and sighed. That was one of her biggest questions. She didn't think that the teachers would act like that with only baseless rumors, so she had a feeling that they must have some kind of proof. I saw that you had been searching for something and thought that this was yours when I saw it on the floor. I had been so worried. I guess it is from a precious person. You all right? I'm so sorry. No problem, you did good. It feels like I keep getting saved by you again and again. It was nothing much. You won't have a good reputation if you're with me, so it might be best if you don't try to get close to me. She shook her head and sighed. There was no way in the world that someone as kind as that could be like that. Ochako looked at the boy from the corner of her eyes before turning back at her, shaking hands and slamming them to her cheeks. Uraraka-chan, what are you doing? That is no dash. She muted what Ida-kun had been saying and sighed determined. Ochako guessed that it wouldn't hurt to do her own research about the green-haired boy. A grin replaced her determined smile as her eyes met those of Bakugo Katsuki, the number 2 top pointer from the entrance exam. She knew just where to start. We're here. Izuku bolted awake at his teacher's strict voice, trying to gather himself together. Stop messing around. He guessed that it might just be for the best if he went to the recovery girl's office during the lunch breaks rather than before or after school. If he went to her office in the morning, he would be too drained to continue the day. If he went to her office after the last hour, he would be too drained to study after that and wouldn't be able to study at all. However, if he ended up going to her office during the lunch break, he would both be able to avoid everyone while also being able to get some sleep in recovery girl's office, meaning that he wouldn't be tired for his afternoon lessons. Izuku stretched a bit before getting up as the bus came to a stop. He waited till everyone got off and trailed after Siro, who had somehow ended up being the last person to get off even though that he had been sitting closer to the door. Everyone. Izuku held back his inner fanboy as he turned towards the owner of the voice. I've been waiting for you. The rescue hero stood there in all their glory, making his eyes shine momentarily. The person who had saved many people from disasters, the space hero, 13. Oh, an excited Uraraka said, I love 13. Let's go inside without delay. Looking forwards to be working with you. Inside the yuta left Izuku somewhat amazed at how big it was, at how magnificent it seemed. And judging by the several gasps and squeals made by his classmates, he was not the only one who had those thoughts. A shipwreck, the space hero began to say, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. This is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. 13, their sensei began to say, as the space hero finished explaining the place to them. Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. 13 got closer to Eraserhead before whispering something none of them could hear, making Izuku look away. The long-haired man scowled. It can't be helped. Shall we begin? Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing, or 2, or 3, or 4, 5, 6.7. Izuku found himself smiling at how unsure the hero sounded and turned to scan the place with his eyes. Everyone, they stopped increasing the numbers, raising their hands up. I am sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. It has helped me save many people, but it is a power that can kill easily. Some of you have quirks like that, right? Izuku had known that for a long time. His analysis notebooks were filled with them after all. Jairu, who could explode a person's organs by using certain frequencies, Kaminari, who could fry someone with the right amount of electricity, Uraraka, who could fly someone out of the atmosphere and make them choke to death, Shinso, who could make the person under his control anything that he wanted them to do, Mineta, who could choke someone with his ball by just putting one of them on a person's face, and if they were strong enough even tear something off with them, he could even make it person eat them and make them suffocate, Sato, who could crush someone's head with his bare hands, Tokoyami, who could make his dark shadow tear a person to pieces, Koda, who could command a simple thing as a fly to go, and he stopped himself, not wanting to think about those kinds of things any longer. It wouldn't be fair for any of his classmates. In a superhuman society, the hero began to talk once again. Personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, think that you experience the danger of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. Yep, Izuku decided. 13 was a new idol of his. He was definitely going to make more detailed notes on them right after school, alongside Recovery Girl. The space hero bowed. That is all. Thank you for listening. Izuku jumped as the other students started to cheer at 13's speech. All right then, Aizawa-sensei began to say, causing everyone to look towards him. First dash. The lights gave a hum and went down, causing the man's sentence to be cut in half. The water function in the middle stopped working and Izuku felt a shudder pass through his body. Something was wrong, something was very, very wrong. A purple portal started to open in the fountain, and Izuku got in a ready sentence. His eyes met the one of Aizawa-sensei and watched as the man's eyes grew big too. That was all the confirmation that he needed as he commanded his brain to start working. The purple portal, he had seen two yellow eyes in the mist when it had flickered. It was most likely a person. If that portal really was a portal, it would most likely be able to open anywhere, and the most convenient way to get rid of them would most likely be through separating them in different places. Izuku's eyes scanned the crowd of students and felt himself frown. Uraraka-san, he murmured as she was the closest to him and sent her a glance. This is not a part of the training, get ready. The purple portal-like thing buzzed around and Izuku clenched his teeth. Right as his sensei turned around to see the portal opening along with the others. A hand came out and Izuku cursed himself for leaving his utility belt at school. Gather together and don't move. His teacher screamed out and Izuku found himself situating himself to round up his classmates. 13. Protect the students. It seemed like his classmates were just beginning to see the portal as some of them jumped in fear and others tried to understand what it really was. What's that? Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Gather in a circle. He found himself screaming as their teacher ran forward to attack and watched as everyone stared at him. That portal seems like a person and it will most likely come here to attack us and scatter us around while Sensei is fighting the others. 13 Sensei. They turned towards him and he found his frown deepening. Ida-san needs to leave. We need to make sure that he leaves. Yaoyorozu-san, can you make something to attack the doors? And Jair-sen, send waves of sound. It might help with his frequencies if you send it at the frequency of dash. He was too late. None of them had any time to react as the portal opened underneath him and two others, swallowing the three of them and taking them away from their classmates. I dash, Toshinori sighed as he looked at Nedzu who was standing in the entrance of the room. I did something very foolish. Oh, wow, look at this wonderful article that I ended up finding. All Might resolves 3 accidents in only 1 hour. He flinched and watched as the principal sighed. The fault mainly lies with the ruffians who still cause trouble in this town even with you here, but you also shouldn't react every time you hear of an incident. You really haven't changed at all, have you? The principal sighed as he moved to sit in front of him, sitting down. I wanted to chat with you as you stayed here and rested for a bit. The man-like mouse started to pour tea. You probably won't be able to attend the whole lesson in the next hour, will you? Toshinori scratched his chin and looked away. And also must say, the principal began to say, I am a bit surprised. That made Toshinori stop as he looked up. Your successor, Mirio Tagata, is in his last year, but you seem to have taken in another little kitten, well, more like a wild fox? Might I say? Is this about young Midoriya? Toshinori sighed as Nedzu's face twitched. He guessed that it was to be expected since the boy was still here after 1 week and there was nothing that the teachers could do to expel him, even Shoyuta Aizawa, who had expelled more than 400 students ever since he had started teaching in UA. Yes, I have realized that you spend a lot of time dash. Nedzu, he knows my secret. The symbol of peace blurted out and watched as the mouse-like principal slammed his cup down on the table, sending him a chilling smile. You told him? The mammal began to say, when you weren't sure if you should tell other teachers? Nedzu, how could you go ahead and trust someone that I told everyone dash? He found out himself. Silence filled the room, making Toshinori feel as if he was getting more drained every second. Was that why you had been with him all this time? Has he been threatening you? Blackmailing you? Is that why you are with him almost every lunch dash? No. No, he hasn't been blackmailing me, and I was with him for 2 lunch breaks only, nothing more. Then what did you guys talk about during it? What did you dash? He helped me find a better way to train young Tagata. Unbelievable. Nedzu, give the kid a chance? The shorter hero got off the couch and headed towards the door. I will give him a chance when you give me a reason to give him a chance. Can't you at least do a more detailed research for him? Toshinori called out after the principal, making the others stop. I will, if he manages to last till the training camp and if he manages to get past my test. The principal opened the door. After all, I am a busy principal. And then the principal was gone, leaving Toshinori both more drained and trapped than he had ever felt before. N.T.A.M. S.H. H.Y.P.M. N.K.M. S.T.G.T. C.S.R.G. Y.T.M.L. Ya, Ma, Ta, T.I. O.U. M.O. D.K. Ek, K.K. R.S. M.S. K.J. H.S. F.T. S.T. Teach, K.B. M.M. My, H.S. N.M. 1B, M.D. N.H. Ta, M.H. E.F.M.J. K.H. K.S.O. T.T.F.G. S.S.M. Key, E. R.T.P.B. T.S.R. Y.C.T. T.I.I. M.S.S.N. K.B.G. N.T. This, T.S.D.S. If.O. H.T.T. T.T.D. K.C. Izuku felt himself be flung down towards a lake and felt his eyes grow big from fear. He looked to his side to be met with the falling figure of Azui and Mineta and forced himself to calm down. His trauma didn't matter as long as there were others to save. He flung himself at the 2 of them and sent them all flying down to the deck of a ship, groaning as his shoulder came in contact with the railing. He did his best to ignore his throbbing shoulder and looked at the other 2, who seemed to be much more shaken up than himself. Are you 2 all right? Mineta groaned as he was laying on the girl's chest and Izuku sighed, picking the boy up and dropping him to the floor. I'm okay, Crow, the girl added, and he sighed again. That's good. I am glad that we weren't separated that far, thanks to us being huddled up in groups. I hope that there are those in our situation. What do you mean, Karo? Well, this isn't a bad situation. We are in the shipwreck zone and you are with us, an amazing swimmer. While they might have sent you to the fire zone or the snowstorm zone, which would have been really bad, I'm just glad that you 2 are all right. He stiffened up when the other didn't say anything and looked at the 2, to find them looking at him with a weird expression that he couldn't fully understand. Midoriya-chan. Yes. Call me Tsu-chan, please. He felt his cheeks redden up and tilted his head to the side. Oh, okay. Karo, the girl turned towards her side, and Izuku followed her line of sight, feeling his blood go cold at the sight of the villains that were swimming towards them. He felt his blood go cold at the thought of them getting to the other 2 and forced himself to take a deep breath as he turned towards the other 2. They probably have no idea about our quirks. How can you be so sure? Mineta asked, and Izuku sent him a smirk. Well, we have Azui-san here to prove it. don't we? The two nodded and Izuku sent a smile towards the girl and the girl nodded. Tsuchan, Karo. Yes, and Mineta-kun, he began and the short boy turned towards him. Why don't we act as if your ball are explosives? Would that work? I hope so, and Ajusen, he began to say. Tsuchan, Karo. And Tsuchan, can we act as if you can control sea plants with your quirk? The girl nodded. All right. Okay, I will act like I can poison any liquid that I touch to make them scared. I will threaten them, and since you can shoot your tongue up to I think 20 meters, the girl nodded, and you can jump really far, the girl nodded once again, then I need to ask you to take us away with your tongue. Will that be okay, Ajui-san? The girl nodded once again and he sighed. He walked to the side only to be stopped by the Ajui. Midoriya-chan, do you think that the reason that they came for is? The girl trailed off and Izuku sighed, thinking to how disappointed the man with the hands had sounded and how their teacher had said that All Might was normally supposed to be with them. He shook his head and tried his best to send the girl a comforting smile. Let's save ourselves before thinking of saving others, all right? He asked the two of them and they nodded, making him smirk. Okay, you guys get ready, then I will be going. Izuku watched as Mineta stuck two of his purple ball to Ajui's suit and sighed, before turning towards the sea. Then Izuku jumped, screaming at the top of his lungs. I'm gonna poison all of you as soon as my body hits the water, and those who run away will be hit with explosive ball. Izuku's worst acting somehow had an immediate effect, as the villain started to try to swim away while Mineta started to throw his ball into the water, making everyone go crazy. Ajuisen, he screamed, and the girl was there the next second, catching him from his abdomen and swinging him away. Komitsu-chan, please. Karo. Without forcing himself to, he felt a smile settle on his face. You were amazing, Tsu-chan and Mineta-kun, both of you. Izuku had no way of knowing that was the thing that both of them thought about him. It took a while for them to get far away from the scene, with their hearts roaring in their ears. In the middle of it, after their feet had hit the land, Ajui had begun to jump to be faster and Izuku had let Mineta stick to his back, knowing that it would be faster that way. Midoriya-chan. He stopped and looked at Ajui, who seemed troubled by something. About my question, Karo, the girl started and he sighed. It was obvious why they had come. They are here to kill All Might. Midoriya, you are kidding, right? Mineta asked, his eyes shaking thanks to fear. That's not possible, right? It can't be possible. Izuku furrowed his brows as he thought about the last thing that had gotten out of the portal. That monster had not seemed like a human. He looked at the other two who were looking at him, and sighed. He had no idea how he had become the leader of this small team but knew that he needed to motivate them to keep going. Did you guys see the last thing that got out of the portal? He asked, hopeful that they did but sighed when both of them shook their heads. It had surgery scars all over it, and it also seemed like it was like a puppet. Mineta got off his back and he turned to the two. They might believe that the creature will be able to kill All Might. Mineta started to talk, shaking out of fear. But why? Izuku looked at the ground. Maybe because he was the strongest hero? Maybe because he was the symbol of peace that gave everyone a feeling of comfort? Or maybe a personal grudge? But, could they even kill him? Could they really? Did it even matter? I hope to see you at Udata next year, young lad. Izuku Midoriya won't be a name that I will be forgetting anytime soon. Izuku Midoriya. I will be waiting. Yes, sir. Young Midoriya. All Might, sir. Would you want to join me for lunch? So I went to my old sidekick's agency yesterday morning after the ceremony and asked them to design your costume right away. It will be here next week. They were already finished with your utility belt, so I brought it with me. Once again, my boy, I am truly sorry that this had to happen. Did it matter when they planned to kill him? He thought about the creature before thinking what could probably take All Might out. There was the possibility of it having a mental quirk that could be able to take All Might out, but if that was the situation, they could have put their sights on something much bigger. Then it was most likely a physical quirk. All Might was fast, strong, and sometimes even ruthless depending on who was being threatened. That meant that if they actually believed that the thing could kill All Might, it had to have something against his speed, his power, and his blows. Regeneration, speed, muscle mass, shock absorption. Is that even possible? That can't be possible, Midoriya, right? Right. His head shot up and he looked at the two who were looking at him with terrified expressions. He felt himself freeze as he realized that he had mumbled. He hadn't done it in a long time, ever since he had gone to... He shook his head, once again focusing on the main problem. He didn't need to have a panic attack. Okay, so think about it like this. Izuku gracefully took out his notebook that he always kept with him for his notes and began drawing a small map. We need to get to number 1 as soon as possible and we are at number 3, alright? He drew the sections and placed it on the ground, turning it around for the two of them. 0207A, XX06B, 03XX06A. The two nodded. There are a total of 7 numbers, sections. Number 1 is the entrance, 2 the storm zone, 3 the flood zone, 4 the fire zone, 5 the mountain zone, 6 the landslide zone, and lastly 7 the zone made out of ruins. We have 3 options. The first option is we can continue from number 4, 5, 6, 7 and then reach number 1, where our classmates are. The second option is to go through number 3 again, then 2, and reach number 1, and the third one is to cross throughout the plaza. Then, Mineta began to say, isn't the third option the best one? If we go with the third option, he pointed to the X, in the middle, we will be right in the middle of the fight against the goons, the man with the hands along with the weapon against All Might. That had Mineta frowning. Then how about the second option? Mineta asked with a shaky voice and Izuku sighed. Then the goons that we just fought against will attack us knowing of our quirks, and even if they didn't, it would be really hard for Asiu-san to fight there since it will be really cold. Karo, sorry Mineta-chan, Midoriya-chan. No prop. I don't think that going through there would be that safe anyway since we would be encountering the villains we just passed by. Mineta began and Izuku sighed. The only option is to go through number 4, 5, 6, 7 and then reach 1. Damn it. Hey, I think that it won't be that bad, and we will also be able to gather our classmates, right? Azui and Mineta nodded, making him sigh. Azui-san, we will need to go through the fire section first. Do you have anything that can block the smoke out for yourself? The girl shook his head and he sighed, turning towards Mineta who also shook his head. He was sure that he was going to regret this. Izuku was definitely sure that he was going to regret this as soon as he did it. Okay, once again, we have options, he began to say, already hating all of them. We can rip my P.E jacket to pieces and then both of you can get a piece to cover your mouths with it while we fight, but it will most likely still be too much since both Mineta and I don't have any eye protection and we will most likely end up bumping into villains. So we can either all go through together and fight the villains, meet with our classmates and get out together, or I can go through it, look for our friends while you two wait for Dash. The first option, Karo. I agree. What if you don't return? Izuku sighed, seeing no reason to argue, and took out his jacket, showing his black turtleneck underneath it as he ripped the arms of his jacket. He put on the sleeveless P.E uniform and ripped the sleeves into 2 pieces. He took the upper arms parts and gave it to the other 2 since it would work as a better mask while ripping 3 more pieces of his jacket's front part, where the zippers were, and looked at the other 2. Mineta-san, is there any way that you can stick your ball to the ending of each of these to make them stick better? I guess yeah. Okay, perfect. Can you maybe give me a total of 4 and stick them to my jacket? Mineta didn't ask anything and did as he was told. Izuku guessed that it was because of the nerves. Alright, Azui-san, do you have a hair tie with you? Izuku asked and the girl nodded. Okay, it might be best if you put your hair up then, since it might burn. Also, will it be alright if I put on your mask with Mineta-san? To make sure that it is secure. The girl nodded once again and Izuku looked at Mineta who nodded along. They got ready in seconds, the piece of clothing covering their mouths as the sticky ball bind them together at the back of their heads. And then they ran into the fire zone. Hitoshi coughed as another villain tried to hit him and he punched him instead, feeling absolutely annoyed by the fact that the villain was mute. His luck, however, a tail hit the villain in the back and Ajuru grinned at him. Thanks, he said, turning his back towards Ojirio, as the other did the same. Soon it was the same once again, landing kicks, punches, dodging as they tried to make the villain stay back. They had started to fight as soon as they had fallen down, much to their luck, and had been fighting for at least 7 minutes now. Hitoshi landed a kick to one of the old villains that they had hit before and sighed, coughing once more as more smoke entered his lungs. All of the villains had a mask on, which was tied securely around their mouths, making both Audrey and Hitoshi jealous over it. Shuji was the most privileged out of the three of them, thanks to the mask that he always wore. "Shinsu-kun," Shuji yelled, "look out! Die, you demon, you freak!" Hitoshi turned around, just in time to see the villain that they had earlier taken out, flung himself at him with a knife in his hand. For a moment, he felt like everything had frozen as the blade rushed towards him, coming towards his neck. Hitoshi had come close to death 3 times in his whole life. The first being when he had just been 10 years old when his father had burned the house and ran away. He had been saved by a young kid back then, who had pushed both himself and Hitoshi out of the window to escape. His mother had not been as lucky as him. The second time was when he had been 13 years old. A man, more precisely, his teacher at that time had tried to stab him in his chest, only for a younger boy to push him out of the way. That was when he had met the infamous Eraserhead and had gotten adopted by them. This was the third time, and it would have been all his fault, for watching as the man had rushed towards him, his blade in his hand, for not doing anything but just watching. Hitoshi watched as the man came closer and closer, the 3 seconds feeling as if 30 minutes had passed before he saw a flash of green and the man was down grunting in pain. That was all it took, to break out of his daze and turn to the ground, to see the boy that his father had tried so hard to expel beating the HT out of the man who had been so close to killing him. "Who the hell gives you the right to call him a freak?" The green-haired boy screamed, landing his second punch, his last punch as the man passed out. Hitoshi looked at the boy, really looked at the boy, and felt his eyes become filled with recognition and regret for not doing anything, not now but back then. "What are you doing? You shouldn't be standing like that. Come with me." "I'm scared, I can't jump from here." "I'll shield you." "Don't worry, I have saved cats from a tree before, I can save you from a tree too if you just jump with me." "Hey, are you alright? You didn't get hurt, right?" "Shinsu-sen, you should know which truth you are searching for if you ask something like that." "Which truth? The truth which everyone knows, or the truth which has been ignored?" "Izuku Midoriya is a demon, it's better to be wary of him." No, Hitoshi thought. Izuku Midoriya was not a demon, he was a savior, who had saved him, rescued him more than 3 times already. "All right," Izuku began to say, looking at all 3 of them now that there weren't any goons left, "are you guys the only ones here?" His question was met with silence, making him sigh before asking them once again. "Did you guys go around the arena? Do you know where the others are? Are guys the only ones here?" One of Shuji's limbs turned into an ear and he nodded, making Izuku sigh. "Thank God. Oh, and by the way, Shinsu-san, Audrey-san, he sent Mineta a look and the shorter boy took out the balls stuck to the other's back, while also taking out the makeshift masks. I hope that this will help you guys." Shinso gratefully took the mouth mask and let Mineta put it on, Audrey following his example. "Shuji-san, is your mask secure enough?" Izuku asked, and to his relief, the other nodded. "All right." Izuku went and raised one of the villains by their arms. "We should probably get out of here soon." "But Midoriya-chan, why are we taking the villains with us, Karo? They might have attacked us, but leaving them here would be too much. I was thinking that maybe we could take care of them before going to the next zone." "We're going to the next zone?" Audrey asked, seeming anxious, and Izuku sighed. They had to hurry if they wanted to save everyone on time, if he was going to destroy the Nomo before All Might got there or before his teacher died in its hands. He was wary of the man, who seemed to hate him. Ever since the first day, the man had sent Izuku looks, which had reminded Izuku of his old teachers, some of his foster homes, and even some of his classmates. Because at some point, they had all had the same look in their eyes, looks which said, "I want to get rid of him." But Izuku was wary of him. He didn't hate him, because how could he hate one of his first idols, the person that he had spent years chasing after, the person that he had seen as a role model, the person that he had been aching to be like? No, Izuku couldn't hate him. "We need to move fast." The thing that was the last to come out of the tunnel was not human, it was most likely an experiment, a weapon to kill All Might. Dash. But is that even possible? Ajiro asked and Izuku nodded. And Shinso? Izuku looked at the lilac-haired boy, who was looking at him with big, terrified yet determined eyes. You might want to go ahead and help him, but we need to get to the entrance first if the portal-quirked villain gets back to those two who had most likely planned this battle dash. He stopped and it was obvious to everyone what the boy implied. All right, so what do we do then? We have only 2 zones to go to now. Shuji, I am actually glad to see that you are also here. Can you detect the exit and maybe also hear the others? I will try to do so. A couple of Shuji's limbs turned into ears and everyone stood still watching as the tall boy did his thing. The lowest one turned into a mouth and smirked. I can get us out, and I can hear the others, but my sense of hearing is not that good because of the flames. All right, that will be plenty. Shall we go then? Everyone picked up the villains who had a weaker mask and carried them out, while the ones with masks which were fine were left in a colder place since there were too many villains for them to carry out all by themselves. Finding the exit went fairly easy with Shuji next to them, who directed them out of the fire. Izuku was glad to be breathing by the time that they were out, taking a deep breath as the smoke cleared out. He carefully took off his mask and turned to Shuji, who was trying to locate where their classmates were. I can hear 8 of them in our front, 5 of them are in the entrance, and there are 2 who are close to the entrance. Izuku felt himself relax after hearing all of them were here and took out his small notebook, writing the facts down. Can you make out who they are? I can try. Shuji concentrated as everyone watched him, waiting for him to tell them. I think that the 3 closest to us are Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Jiraiya, with the ones at the entrance sound like Ida, Uraraka, Satu, Ashido, and Siro. 13 is with them too. The farthest ones sound like Tokoyami and the other person is mostly quiet, so I am guessing Kuda. Those who are in between sound like Kirishima, Todoroki, Hagakure, and Aoyama, and Bakugo. Izuku felt himself relax at the name of the older and sighed. Alright, then we should go to the next zone and skip the last 2 if we can. Alright, but why should we skip the last 2? A group made by those 3 would be both deadly and strong. The only reason that we might have for going there would be to check if the villains survive Todoroki-san's quirk along with Kirishima-san's hits and Kabakuga's blasts, which would make them regret ever coming here. If Toru-san will most likely have a hard time, thanks to her suit, but she should still be fine. Also, if we go, Todoroki-san might just end up freezing us too. It will be out of sight even if we go around the zone for the last 2 since they are open and we can hide if one of the big-time villains comes. Also, we should hurry to help Sensei as soon as possible. Shuji-san, is he still fighting with the low-level villains, or is he fighting against the man with the hands and his weapon? Can you learn about that? Sensei is still fighting the low-time villains. Frick, that means that the white-haired man is most likely watching to see his weak side or waiting till he exhausts himself too much. Izuku saw Shinso stiffen and sighed. We should hurry up and go to the entrance as fast as possible. I have a feeling that the class is still going against the portal guy. Which would be a good thing. We need to both stop him and give Ida-san a chance to run to the school and inform the teachers. They all nodded and Izuku sighed looking at Shuji, who also nodded and started to run in front of them, showing them the way to where Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Jiraiya were. Izuku allowed Mineta to climb onto his back once more and started to run after the 4 of them. Shuji held his hand up, sometime after they had gotten into the mountain zone, making them stop, and Izuku felt truly grateful to have Shuji with them as a yellow light shot up seconds later. Izuku started running to the location, ahead of Shuji as soon as the lights disappeared just to see the 3 of them fine. He didn't know why, but he had somehow gotten a sense of protectiveness for the 4 girls Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, Uraraka, and Azui. Soon, the 4 girls would need to leave the school for things such as the sports festival, internships, and the idea of them going out into the world with those outfits just made him furious. It was just like his Yunei-sen, who had to deal with perverted photographers all the time. He knew that if the 4 went out into the world like that, they would be new meat to every reporter, every photographer, and every creep. He tried to stop thinking about these stuff because if he continued, he would end up finding too many disadvantages of his classroom, and he was not ready to feel protective of every single one of them. Izuku turned around the corner, just in time to see a villain get out of the ground with Kaminari in front of him, who seemed like he had short-circuited after overusing his quirk. Izuku seriously did not want to be overprotective of him, as he knew that it would just end up being too much for the both of them. "Mineta, let go," he said, sternly as he dashed forward. The shorter boy let go, somehow guessing what Izuku was planning on doing. In a second, Izuku crashed into the blonde and swiped his feet under the villain, just like he had seen Mirko, the rabbit hero, do it many times. The villain fell to the ground and Izuku acted quickly, taking hold of the dumbfounded villain's wrists with one hand and taking out his ripped jacket with the other, before tightly wrapping it around the villain's arms. He got off the blonde and sat on the electric quirked man before head-butting him and making him pass out. He looked around him, gasping for breath as his eyes searched for any villains. But his eyes only met the eyes of his 7 classmates, 2 of them looking at him with something akin to wonder, the other 5 something akin to amazement. He sighed and took Kaminari's hand, helping him get up with an apologetic gaze. When the boy was up, now out of his dumb mode, Izuku looked at the 2 girls. "Are you 2 all right?" he said, mainly to the 3 including Kaminari, and they nodded. He turned towards his other classmates, who also nodded. "Yaoyorozu-san," he turned to the girl who seemed tired, "it might be best for you if you made leggings or a replica of our school outfit for yourself, since we need to hurry to the entrance of the school. There shouldn't be too many villains left, and I think that the other 5 has probably also taken care of by now." Yaoyorozu took a deep breath, before looking at him in his eyes. "All right. Okay," Izuku said, once again getting ready to run as he checked his shoes and his black turtleneck, which had somehow managed to survive after everything. "We will start running once again soon after Yaoyorozu-san is finished." He spoke loud enough for all 8 of them to hear. "Mineta-san, Azui-san and I fell down into the shipwreck zone in the beginning, so there are most likely no villains there. Shinsu-san, Shuji-san and Ajuru-san were in the fire zone, and now we plan on going straight to the entrance, since the next 2 zones already have Todoroki-san and Baku. Do you guys know why they even attacked us in the first place?" Kaminari asked, and Izuku sighed. "They plan to kill All Might, one of the villains. The last one that exited the portal is most likely a weapon, and our teacher will most likely start to fight it soon. We need to get to the entrance as soon as possible. Let Ida-san run and go to the school to inform the teachers, since I'm not sure if All Might can take on the monster by himself." A suffocating silence filled the atmosphere, and Izuku sighed, feeling jumpy because of the creature. "All right." Yaoyorozu came out of the sheet that she had just made, now in her school uniform. Izuku sighed, a bit more relaxed as the girl was now in safer clothes. "Okay, is there anyone who might not be able to run quickly? Or anyone who still has a lot of energy left?" Izuku already knew about Mineta but didn't blame the boy because of his short legs. I don't think that I will be able to run that fast." He looked at Kaminari and thought that it had been expected, since the boy had most likely overexerted his quirk and was still sitting on the ground. Izuku turned and sent the lilac-haired boy a glare. "Don't you have a headache from overexerting your quirk too?" he asked, and the boy sighed. "I might not be able to run at my best either." Izuku nodded at Shinso. "I can carry 2 of them," Shuji said, and Ajuru nodded alongside him. "No, it might end up being too much for Shoji-san. If you carry 2 people, and Ajuru-san, you have amazing strength on your tail, but it is not the same for all of your body, is it?" The boy sighed, and Izuku looked at the 3. "All right, if it is all right with all of you, Mineta-san will be sticking to Ajuru-san's back, and Shinso-san or Kaminari-san can get on my back or Shuji-san's back. Midoriya-chan, you have been carrying Mineta-san non-stop now, Karo?" Izuku thought about Himiko, who he had carried again and again away from trouble, and sighed. "It's really nothing, okay, Shuji-san? I'll carry Kaminari-san since he seems much more tired." Izuku doubted that the boy had anything to gain from this advantage that he was giving him, and sighed. "All right then, Shinsen, is that all right with you?" The boy nodded, and Izuku sighed in relief. "All right." He bent down a little, letting Shinso climb on his back. Shinso was almost 20 cm taller than Izuku, but somehow, Izuku still managed to situate him securely against his back and watched as everyone got ready. "We lost almost 3 minutes with this. Let's hurry to the entrance. The villain that scattered us around seems like he might just be the most dangerous one after the weapon. Let's save everyone." And then he started running in the direction of the entrance, the others running after him. N.T.A.M. S.H. HYPM, NKM, STGT, CSRG, YTML, NT. Ya, Ma, Ta, TI, OU, MO, DK, EK, KK, RS, MS, KJ, HS, FT, ST, Teach, KB, MM, MY, HS, NM, 1B, MD, NH, TA, MH, EFMJ, KH, KSGO, TTFG, SSM, KEY, E, RTPB, TSR, YCT, TII, MSSN, KBG, THIS, TSDS, IFO, HTT, TTD, KCA. Neomesis sat down on his chair and placed his coffee on the table, taking a sip of the sweet liquid. He opened the file that belonged to Izuku Midoriya and sighed. He was planning on starting from the beginning and going till the end of it, not wanting to miss any little detail about the boy that could end up either helping him secure his place in UA or be taken in by the police. But he bet that there was nothing of that sort because Yagi had personally asked him to help him to search about the so-called guilty greenette, who he believed to be innocent. As soon as he opened the file, he stopped, staring at the 4-year-old boy whose smile was as bright as the sun, and then to the photo next to it, where the boy seemed tired but still somewhat hoping. The ones that made him sure that something had happened to the boy were those 4 photos after that. The photo that had been taken when the boy had only been 10 showed a big-eyed, freaked-out Izuku Midoriya, who was biting his lips. That simple photo was enough to make him raise all his flags, that something must have happened during the 2 years after the death of his mother. He went down a bit, stopping at the next photo of him, where the boy was 13 years old and was looking at the ground with hunched shoulders. The next photo, once again made him stop for longer than he would have liked to. The boy was looking at the camera, someone's hand was making him look at the lens, and he had a shock collar on his neck, which was mostly used on those kids who misused their quirks, but the boy was quirkless, so that would only shock him when someone else wanted for the person to get hurt. Neomesa frowned. That was not legal. How had they even let the photo be taken? The last one, where the boy was 14, made him sigh once again, as he felt the sad boy's eyes bore into his soul. It looked as if he was challenging the other person to a fight, but as Neomesa kept on looking, something inside of him told that he was telling the other person that they couldn't break him further than this. He went back to his first photo and wondered how a boy that could smile that much could look at someone that way. He wondered just what had happened to make him break that much. Neomesa felt himself freeze as he looked at the kid's bio once again, this time realizing something that he hadn't before. He went back to Inko Midoriya and then clicked on her profile, going to her parents' files. The Midoriya last name was the last name that Inko Midoriya had changed her previous name to, which meant that it was her maiden name, which also meant that his father's last name was not really Midoriya, but he had taken Inko Midoriya's last name instead. He sighed and frowned. There weren't a lot of things written about Izuku's father, Hisashi Midoriya. The man had died when Izuku had been just 4 years old, and that he had a fire-breathing quirk along with white hair and blue eyes, but other than that nothing else. The man had died, but Inko Midoriya had acted like he had never existed. The father taking the maiden name was something that was mostly seen from those who were villains, or those who usually trying to hide from government officers, but there was no villain with fire-breathing quirk. They might have hidden it maybe to keep their identity a secret, but... He frowned and opened the database and wrote, out of commission vigilantes, because the villains were not the only ones that needed to hide from the database most of the time. He wrote H and started to go down, his eyes quickly scanning every single info before stopping on a certain name. Hisashi Sanako, he murmured and sighed. Hisashi Midoriya, actually Hisashi Sanako, the hero student who had been expelled from the Ketsubutsu High School in his second year because of using his quirk during an emergency without a license. He wrote it down to the paper next to him and took a deep breath before saving all of the info on the database about Hisashi Sanako to his disk. Neomesa closed the file and found himself looking at Midoriya Inko's face, frowning at the unknown similarity that he felt as he continued to stare at her. He wrote it down to the side, deciding to delve deeper into it in the future, while also checking the first foster house that he would be searching on. The first foster parent had filed a complaint about Izuku being too clumsy and getting hurt all the time and not getting along with the other kids. He went over the reports and underlined the part where the injuries were mentioned and the other kids' names before taking a small note next to it. He searched the woman's name online and to his satisfaction, found out that yes, he had been right and that the woman had actually been brought to court a couple of times, but nothing had come out except the kids asking for attention that they never got from anyone. Naomasa fought back the urge to throw the computer against the wall. Searching for attention? They said. Searching for FNG attention? He held the computer with his hand for a couple of minutes, asking Cammy for patience to not just go ahead and kill them right away. He took a deep breath and dropped his hand. He went to the next person and once again needed to take a deep breath because Izuku had left this place because of the man being a part of a cult. He had no idea, but 2 kids had been enough to get rid of the man together and send him behind bars. He sighed and went into a deeper search to learn about what the man had done and if he had done anything that might have been enough to create a rumor. Okay, so a heads up, this part is very triggering. Please know that it talks about mental, sexual and physical abuse and suicide. Please do not read it if you think that it might harm you in any way. Izuku escapes before anything really bad happens to him and it is not exclipped, but still. This symbol is at the end of the triggering part. Naomasa sighed as he read the article again and again. It didn't make sense at all. The Quirkless kid breaks the jaw of the owner of XXX Industries. The reason that was written underneath it was that the boy had just gone feral, but they were talking about a young 10-year-old boy here, a boy who wouldn't be able to kick someone's jaw that easily. The boy, Mikumo. He frowned again and checked the boy's file once again, before sighing. He clicked on the database of the police department and searched the name of the owner of the XXX Industries. He skimmed through every single one of the 200-plus titles, feeling more and more hopeless by every single one of them. XXXX got the prize. A couple officers given the job to protect XXXX. The man's old adopted child attacked him with the claim of abuse. XXXX once again dash. He stopped and frowned looking back at the title before the last one and clicked on it. The villain, Sunburst, claims that he attacked XXXX because of the abuse that he went through for all those years that he was his ward. All allegations were false. XXXX. The victim was found innocent. He went back to the database and this time wrote down Sunburst and clicked on the profile before writing the boy's name and searching the name directly. Kami Takahashi. Naomasa clicked on the search button and found himself looking at a short, skinny-looking boy with freckles and pink hair. His quirk was named as Mind Frayer, where the person could destroy a person's mind with just a glance. He skimmed till the last one in the file, not feeling like he needed to know what the first 400 ones were about, and frowned when he saw a video on some of the police department's security footage. He tried to get in and frowned when he saw that it was classified. "Sansa," he called out, and the cat-headed officer was there in a second, with his milk tea in his hand. "Yeah. Do you still have the password to the security channel's footage from last week?" "I think, What are you working on?" Naomasa sighed and nudged his head, signaling for the other detective to close the door. "I am searching about a quirkless boy who goes to UA right now." "Wow," Sansa began to say, sitting in front of the detective. "I didn't know that we were assigned quirkless cases, considering." Naomasa nodded and sighed. "I am looking into it for all might dash." "Seriously? This is the first time that I am seeing someone investigating a quirkless kid before." The man looked down. Naomasa sighed, finishing the sentence for him, "Before they are dead." Naomasa sighed and watched as the other officer rubbed his neck. "So, yeah, what did you need the password for?" the cat mutation officer asked, and Naomasa mentioned for him to come next to him. When the boy was 10 years old, he broke the jaw of his guardian with only a kick. The guardian was really rich and he seems like an angel, but till now, one of his adopted children ended up committing suicide and one of them became a villain, before also killing themselves after they got caught. What the hell? How does no one know about this? I just found an old footage with the kid who became a villain, but I can't open it since the website wants a password for it. Okay, let me. Sansa bent down and wrote in the password, before clicking on the video. A small boy stood in the investigation room, hugging his arms with shaking hands. "All right, you wanted to talk to us in a much more secure place, so what were you going to ask from us?" the first officer said, and Naomasa watched as the boy let go of his arm and stared at the two officers. I am here to report XXXX, my guardian. His name was censored? Sansa asked, and Naomasa nodded, watching as the two officers acted nonchalantly. For what? For child abuse, both sexual and mental. Naomasa stopped the footage and took a moment to think. 3 kids, all of them abandoned by the society, all of them regarded as monsters, all of them had rumors surrounding them. What the F dash? Naomasa nodded and clicked on the video once again. Do you have any proof? Yes, I have photos. But can you really prove that they were done by him? What? The kid clenched his skinny arm, making Naomasa feel the need to both kill the 2 police officers while wanting to hug the kid, who was now dead. I mean, he is really rich and you are living a comfortable life, right? But I dash. And you are 15, are you not? What does that have to do with dash? The officer in the side slammed his hand on the table, making the boy flinch, while Naomasa and Sansa frowned. What he means is, you will shut up, live comfortably, since it will end in 3 years. Aren't you supposed to help me? Aren't you supposed to help me? The boy said, his voice breaking, and Tsukachi swore to himself to find those 2 beasts and make sure that they went to prison along with that man. Who says we are not helping you? We are simply making you stay safe. I mean, if it was not for us and if the man had died, you would surely end up doing the same stuff anyway, am I not right? Is it really safe when I don't feel safe? The man slammed his hand once again, making the poor boy jump once again. You will shut your mouth just like the other 6 did. You will take it for 3 years and then he will make you go to a good school with a scholarship. So stop being so ungrateful and a whiny beach. Get out. The video ended, and Naomasa fought back the urge to go to the station and kill the 2 now. He looked back at Sansa and found him also frowning. How long was the kid with this BSRD? Almost 2 months before he kicked his jaw and broke it, and apparently he also kicked his ribs and broke them too. I am going to murder all 3 of those fuckers. Naomasa nodded. And they said that Midoriya went feral and attacked the man. It left a deep mark in his record. He thought about all the other 16 foster homes that the kid had gone to, and I have the feeling that almost every single thing in his record is something that was bent to the wills of other people. Poor boy. Naomasa turned towards Sansa. Do you want some of the foster homes that he went to? He asked. He went to other foster homes? Yeah. Where, who, and what will you be looking into? Naomasa sighed and opened his list. There are a total of 17 foster homes. I finished 3 of them till now, which took place from when he was 8 till 10. Alright, I will take the last 7 then. There are also 6 schools. Those might take longer since he has a worse record when it comes to his schools. The Catman sighed. Alright, I will take the schools then rather than the foster homes. I will nip the parts that can help. How much time do we have? Naomasa sighed, this time because of the fact that he was reminded of the situation. The UA principal and teachers are planning on expelling the kid at the chance that they have, so it will be best if we do it as soon as possible. How? Even Eraserhead? Midnight and Mike? I guess so. Can't you tell them about these? To pull them towards your side at least a little bit. Naomasa thought about the underground hero, knowing for sure that if he was also trying to expel the kid, this would wreck him. But not more than what would happen if the boy ended up killed. I will show these to him the next time that I see him, saying that I am working on a case that I need help with. All right. Naomasa turned back to the computer and went back, looking at the smiling face of Akami before clicking back on Sunburst's scowling one. He sighed and closed the tab, this time being met with a smiling Izuku Midoriya, who was only 5 years old, who was happy, just like Akami had been once before everything had happened. Naomasa was going to save Izuku Midoriya before it was too late, even if it was the last thing that he did. It took longer than Izuku would have liked, for all of them to reach the entrance, but somehow the portal was still there. Mina and Siro were taking care of 13, who seemed to be in a bad situation. It was Uraraka, all alone, trying to stop the villain from hurting the other 3 with a greenish pale face, which made him feel guilty all of a sudden, for not being fast enough, for not being able to help the girl before. Izuku felt his heart stop. As he saw a portal opening right next to the girl, he pushed his legs one last time and ran towards the brunette, with Shuji on his tail. Siro was the closest, so was Sato and Mina, but Izuku was not sure if they would understand him if he screamed out instructions. He was not sure if they could act fast enough to save her, if they could be able to protect 13 while fighting against the villain. Uraraka-san, the girl jumped looking at him, get out of the way. He slammed into the sick-looking girl. As soon as her quirk stopped, she started puking, making Izuku take a sentence to protect the girl from danger. Shuji-san, take a hold of its body and slam him to the ground. Kamamari-san, blast him with electric. His body must be weak against it since his body is also metal if you blast dash. You. Izuku's body moved, shielding the girl as the villain moved towards the three of them. He in a breath as the ground beneath him disappeared once again, along with the brunette. Ochako covered her mouth with her hand as she went round and round non-stop, feeling like she was dying as the wind continued to hit her body again and again. Her eyes were clenched shut, not letting her have any moment to see what was going on. Uraraka-san. Her body stopped moving and she was met with someone else's presence next to her, someone that was hugging her body tightly. She opened her eyes slowly, meeting a dash of green as she did so. Uraraka-san. The greenette yelled once again and she opened her eyes fully, just then realizing that they were falling. Midoriya-kun? Ochako's voice shook out, shaky, but it seemed to be enough to make the boy sigh in relief. Shuji-san. Midoriya yelled once again and she felt her body be situated so that they were diving in a certain direction. Soon, they were next to the bigger boy who was just coming to his senses. Uraraka-san, can I ask you to make Shuji-san float? Midoriya yelled and she forced herself to nod. Shuji, can you please take her on your back and do it so your arms are underneath you? It should lessen the damage since you can outgrow your extra limbs. Shuji stopped, looking at Midoriya for a moment before also nodding. Uraraka-san, don't push yourself, float him right before the impact. When I say, now, her eyes grew big as she watched him back away a bit from them. I will make it so I don't get hurt that much. It might be too much for you if you try to float both of us and we might all die. Midoriya-kun, she screamed, holding tight onto Shuji's shoulders now that she was on his back. 3. Midoriya. Shuji yelled out this time. 2. Ochako watched as the boy turned to his side, his left upper arm under himself as he got ready, just like Shuji did. She cursed herself and the boy. 1. Uraraka-san now. Midoriya's voice boomed and she activated her quirk, making herself and Shuji float as the other boy fell to his side. She carefully let go of Shuji and they both fell with a small grunt before she was puking again. You guys all right? She heard someone and looked at the green-haired boy thanking the boy from the inside before another nausea hit her. Kurojairi. She felt chills go up her spine as the creepy voice rang out. Why did you bring these brats here? Her eyes met those of the white-haired villain and she felt her breath leave her. This was too much. She was way past her limit. She couldn't fight anymore. She was too pathetic, too useless, too. Someone moved in front of her, blocking her vision with red sneakers. That little move at that second somehow made her think of the boy who had found her lucky charm and had given it to her right before the exam, the boy who had jumped at the chance to save her during the entrance exam, the boy that had dashed towards the gigantic robot. She was sure that there was no way that those rumors were true. Izuku Midoriya was not a demon. He was a guardian angel. Izuku stood between Uraraka, Shuji, and the three villains, glaring at the white-haired one. He analyzed his surroundings, his eyes trailed over the white-haired villain, his hands were in the ready, making him guess that they should stay away from his hands that were most likely the white-haired boy's weapons. His form was lanky, so he probably relied on his quirk most of the time. He took a quick look at the Nomu, just then realizing that his teacher was right under it, looking at his three students. Shigaraki, that boy is smart. He figured out my quirk in seconds that he was there. It might just be best to get rid of him right now. Oh, is that so? Yes. And those after him? They were just wasting time. And because of the girl, one of the students managed to escape and went to inform the teachers. Huh, the white-haired villain, Shigaraki said, making Izuku get ready to protect the two, no matter what. Shigaraki started to scratch his neck and Izuku almost felt sympathy at the man's mental struggle but changed his mind as soon as he thought about his two teachers and his classmates. Kurojiryu. If you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you to pieces. The scratching stopped. Uraraka-san, Shuji-san, I entrust him to you, he said, loud enough for the two to hear him, but not loud enough for the villains to hear him. We can't win against a dozen of pros. It's game over. Izuku frowned. Game over? Man, it's really a game over this time, Shigaraki sighed. Let's go home. Izuku readied his stance, ignoring the relieved sighs that the other two let out. Kurojiri bent down, whispering something into the shorter villain's ear, and their eyes met, activating every single alarm in his mind that he had gained over the last 7 years, the last 11 years. But before we leave, let's play a bit m-dash. Shuji-san, Uraraka-san. Izuku pushed the two out of the way, just as soon as Shigaraki started running towards him. Katsuki began to run towards the center of the plaza as soon as he saw his 3 classmates of his falling down from the sky. As soon as he saw Izuku falling down the sky. Izuku Midoriya had always been a troublemaker, or more of a trouble magnet if someone ever asked Katsuki. The reason for that was because the nerd never tried to look for any trouble or create any trouble. But it somehow always ended up finding him. And that, Izuku being a trouble magnet had used to be one of Katsuki's problems for so long, from the moment that he had lost his mother and his auntie Inko, and it had been too weird that he had to stop just because they had gotten into Yue. But that was how their relationship had worked. Izuku and Katsuki were apprentices, but that was what Izuku had said, how Izuku saw their relationship. Because for Katsuki, Izuku had been his brother from the day that he was born, to the day when Izuku had looked down on him, when Izuku had cared about him when they were. Katsuki wished that he could erase those 2 years after that, those 2 years that he had tried to take the boy down, because if he had, maybe Izuku would still be his brother, his friend, not an acquaintance. Not someone that he could cut ties with, just because of punny rumors. Katsuki would rip a new hole for all those that had made the rumors. And it wasn't fair that the boy kept on protecting him, while not letting Katsuki protect him, for the boy to ignore him, to call him Bakugo and not Katsuki and not Kaken. Katsuki had been trying to forget about him, to tell himself that he didn't need him, that Izuku was just a pebble on the road, another extra, but he wasn't a kid anymore, and he knew that he needed Izuku, and that had been the heaviest rock that had fallen on him in so long, because it meant that Izuku didn't need him back. It was no wonder that his brain had stopped when they had gotten there, seeing the white-haired BSRD fighting against Izuku. But that was not what had made him stop. It was the blood that was dripping from the boy's face and his arm, and the way that the boy was breathing heavily. You imbecile, what are you doing just staring? I thought that you were supposed to be number 2 at the entrance exam. He got out of his daze as ice covered the ground before creating a wall of ice between the two. If he hadn't been as shocked as he had been, Katsuki would have most likely exploded half and half BSDRDs, but he didn't. Not when Izuku was running towards them with a worried. Katsuki looked after the greenette, watching as the monster that he had not realized before slammed his fist on the wall of ice, shattering it to pieces in an instant and letting the Hanzi man and Sking be to see them again. Izuku was not by his side just yet when the broken pieces of ice flew everywhere, but he didn't need to get next to them as he was already screaming at them. The man with the hands. Izuku began. He can turn things to dust, make things crumble as long as all 5 of his fingers touch. He is most likely not the final boss and is like the second boss dash. Oh! Katsuki never took his eyes off, even when he felt. To punch the man's face in at that small. The man with the portal, he can open portals and most likely teleport using them. You need to target the metal part of his suit, which is most likely his body. Dash. Katsuki looked at Izuku, who was so close now. He felt some kind of relief fill his insides as the boy got closer. After that, everything happened too fast that even he had a difficult time understanding it. And the thing most likely has a total of 4 quirks: regeneration, speed, muscle mass, and shock absorption. Stay away, but if it ever gets close, target its dash. The nerd got cut off by the other 2. How? The shadow sucker yelled while the other one raised his finger. Nomu, go, the handy bee commanded, but it didn't mean anything. I am here. Because they were saved. At that moment, as the nerd reached them and stood next to him, Katsuki understood what relief really meant, and as he looked at All Might who was in front of him in seconds, holding the fist that was directed at them, he really understood what it meant to be a hero. Izuku watched, taking deep breaths and trying so hard so that he didn't fall onto his knees while watching the villains like a hawk. All Might was right in front of him, holding the Nomu by its fist. Izuku's eyes went towards his teacher, and the way that he saw the man's sigh made him relax too. They hadn't been too late after all. He looked at Uraraka and Shuji, who nodded before going to their sensei. Well, this is no fun. I was just beginning to think that I was going to get rid of one of the challenges. Izuku gulped and stood straighter. How do you know that I am not a player too? He asked, watching as the man perked up at the idea. Izuku knew about these types of people, those who saw themselves as the main character of something and knew how to take care of them. After all, if he hadn't been able to do that, he wouldn't have lived that long. Well, Shigaraki began, only to be cut off by an explosion. Izuku turned towards where the explosion had went off and felt his eyes grow big as he looked at Katsuki, who was sitting on top of the portal villain who had been sneaking towards All Might. Izuku felt a bit of relief swell inside of him as he watched the explosive blonde and felt like they had a real chance at winning now that the villain was apprehended. Izuku's relief was short-lived, however, as the white-haired villain pointed towards Katsuki and only one word left Shigaraki's mouth, signaling almost certain doom for Kaken. Nomu. Izuku didn't think and just flung himself towards the explosive blonde, just like the many other times that he had done that day. Once again, his body slammed into one of his classmates' body for the millionth time today, but this time he wasn't fast enough to get out of the way in time, and he could only watch as the Nomu's fist met his chest, and he was sent flying towards the wall. N-T-A-M, S-H, H-Y-P-M, N-K-M, S-T-G-T, C-S-R-G, Y-T-M-L, N-T. Ya, Ma, Ta, T-I, O-U, M-O-D-K, Ek, K-K, R-S, M-S, K-J, H-S, F-T, S-T, Teach, K-B, M-M, My, H-S, N-M, 1-B, M-D, N-H, Ta, M-H, E-F-M-J, K-H, K-S-G-O, T-T-F-G, S-S-M, Key, E, R-T-P-B, T-S-R, Y-C-T, T-I-I, M-S-S-N, K-B-G, This, T-S-D-S, If-O, HTT, TTD, KC.